Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the April 29th California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. I'd like to take roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Ahmad,
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa, Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Fernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Foranshari,
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner Lamont,
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Here.
Commissioner Sanai,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Toledo,
Here.
Commissioner Turner,
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Yee.
Here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ravi. Great timing, Commissioner Toledo. Perfect. Okay, so in closed session yesterday, the commission took action to move forward with the hiring of one of the chief counsel candidates. And just a brief little breakdown, we're going to go over everything in the agenda today. So we're going to be very efficient, very precise, and very direct. The agenda items we have already covered are 13, 14, 15. We do not anticipate going back into closed session. And then following the adjournment of our meeting, the Legal Affairs Committee will meet. And with that, I will open it up to public comments. Christian, can you please?
Yes, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting number provided on the live stream feed. It is 981-9980. 2683 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you'll hear a message that says the host would like you to talk. Press *6 to speak. If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we do have quite a few callers. Just a moment while we get them queued up. Chair, stand by.
Thank you. While we wait for Christian, I was going to say this afterwards, and everyone's very excited. The commission's excited and very happy to announce that Marcy Kaplan is our director of outreach. Marcy has been our outreach manager, and we're very excited to have her continue lead us into this outreach effort. So congratulations, Marcy.
And once again, as a reminder to the callers in our queue, if you would like to make a comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. I have several hands raised at the moment. We'll be getting to you shortly. All right, we're ready for our first caller. Stand by. And we will be imposing a 2-minute time limit, callers. I will let you know when you have 15 seconds remaining, and we will let you know when you are 15 seconds over time in increments of 15 seconds. Go ahead, caller.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Levine, DebraLevine. You might remember my voice from when I've called in previously about hyperlinks and page limits and RFPs. By doing a quick review of your website, I've observed that it's pretty clear that you have a lot of details to deal with, including half a dozen staff roles to fill, $2 million in outreach grants to dispense, a data management system to set up, and federal prisoners to figure out, over 11,000 of them. All of those are big decisions that have little nuances, similar to prior considerations about whether to count hyperlinks against page limits in an RFP. So I'm actually worried about how much time is being spent on this timeline question, and particularly the recommendation to drag the discussion out for at least another month. As Commissioner Anderson has pointed out several times, that an early testimony before census data is released is the most important. It is the opportunity for the public to give you information about their own communities, free from partisan and special interest groups advocating for specific lines. So the time spent now finding ways to make it easier for groups to lobby you at the end of the process comes away from the time spent figuring out how to get the best community of interest testimony that is possible. The data is coming. You only have a narrow window to gather testimony before the data begins the possibility of changing public feedback. So please take advantage of these days. Thanks again for all the work that you are doing.
Thank you, Ms. Levine.
Go ahead, caller.
Yes, hi, good morning, Commissioners. This is Rosalind Gold with the Naleo Educational Fund, ROSALINDGOLD. And again, thank you so much for your thoughtfulness and your comprehensive review of the factors related to the final date for approval of the maps and the ability to obtain input from the public. There are no easy choices here. This is a very tough decision, and we've really appreciated how you have been been thoughtful about it. From our perspective, in working with Latino members of the community, both to mobilize them to comment on redistricting 10 years ago and another civic engagement mobilization, we do feel it is critical that there must be time after the release of the draft maps for community members to analyze the draft maps, to understand them, and to provide informed feedback. Community input isn't just crucial for the overall transparency, but those draft maps have to comply with the Voting Rights Act. They have to comply with criteria with respect to communities of interest. And until there are actual lines to look at, there is just as much need and value for community input after the maps have been released as there is for that input before. We just believe that, again, unfortunately, regrettably, trying to get that thorough input over the holidays is going to be very, very challenging for the community members we work with. So if we have to make a very tough choice,
15 seconds.
We would like the commission to, look at a schedule that might involve a change in the primary date. If on balance, we have to mobilize our community to vote in a primary that has a different date. Okay. We've done that before. We've had to deal with situations like the COVID pandemic, changes in voting locations, changing in vote by mail. So, if that is something we have to deal with.
15 seconds over time.
We would be willing to do that. And I just finally want to say, again, community-based organizations help bring the voice of the community to the commissioners and to this process to help ensure that the maps comply with the Voting Rights Act and other criteria. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gold.
Go ahead, caller.
My name is Peter Cannon. I've called in several times previously, most recently about the importance of Bagley Keene and the importance of transparency. That is why I am calling in again. to elevate a few other callers from Tuesday. Former Commissioner Filkins Weber expressed concerns about discussions outside of public meetings with advocacy groups. From what I heard, those meetings probably complied with Bagley-Keene, but her comments highlight just how easy it is to lose transparency as a value. Doing so has real consequences. Another caller, whose name I missed, expressed concern with the term unity maps to describe outside groups' proposals. I found, I found it pointed when he said, if the public believes certain groups are getting special treatment, fewer people will participate. That is fundamentally the same problem Commissioner Filkins Weber identified. It is a challenge when well-intentioned but well-organized groups call in to say, in essence, meet with us, decide with us, then go out and tell everyone else what we decided. When transparency is sacrificed, when certain voices are elevated above others, it tells regular people that their voices matter less. I am not a member of a coalition. I am a retired citizen with free time, but I hope my voice can be heard too.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon.
Go ahead, caller.
Hi, my name is Sandra Barrero. I'm calling on behalf of the California School Employees Association. That's SANDRABARREIRO. And I'm calling in regarding item 9A. Our ultimate goal should always be to maximize participation in the democratic process, and changing when 22 million people vote should be a last resort rather than a first option because of the obvious negative impacts on voter turnout. If groups are correct that a January 28th deadline would allow for a June 21st primary, then we should be considering a deadline before January 14th for a June 7th primary. We also need election officials to weigh in before landing on a specific date. We think it's possible to provide some relief from the holidays while still preserving the traditional primary date. And when the legislature allocated $2 million for outreach, they were not considering the possibility of doing voter outreach over the holidays. It's completely reasonable to ask for additional funds to ensure voter participation at the end of the year. You're already asking the legislature to approve an $8.6 million budget increase. If you ask for $10 million instead, that's about one extra nickel for every voter who wouldn't have to change when they vote. We recognize this isn't an ideal solution, but it's far preferable over disengaging millions of voters by changing the traditional primary date. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrero.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello, Commissioners. This is Renee Westa Lusk, and I have 4 questions. One is, once the executive order for having meetings with large groups is lifted by the governor because of the COVID, does that mean the only way the public can participate is to travel to the meetings themselves, the physical site of the meetings? Will there be no telephonic technology provided to call into the meetings and listen? That's my first question. And then the second one is, how do I get to the commissioners a group that was mentioned yesterday that they're trying to outreach to so that they get the opportunity, if they want, to give public input about where they want their lines drawn? I need to know who do I email? Where do I email it? How do I make sure that the commissioners get the information? And my third question is, I had some input that I wanted to give regarding that draft letter to Senator Padilla, if you haven't already sent it, and I assume that's under Governmental Affairs Subcommittee. And then I also had a comment about the COI overview input meetings, the number of them, and how you're going to do the zones, because it looks like most zones are only going to get one hearing. I wanted to know, when you say one hearing, is that just going to be one day of hearings, or will you give 2 or 3 days in a row? So, because there's big swaths of the state in many of those one zone areas, and to be fair, you're going to need to allow major cities more than one day.
That's 2 minutes.
If there's mostly major cities in a large one zone, and they can't all testify just in one day. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weselek. And we will be addressing most of those questions that you had throughout the meeting. And in terms of the Padilla letter, that would be under agenda item 9N as in Nancy.
Thank you.
Thank you. And also, just before we get to the next caller, something that Ms. Westerlus did bring up is how to get a hold of the commissioners. If you go onto our website, redrawthelineca.org, there will be information on how to provide outreach, how to email us. So if you email a public input or your communities of interest, that information will get to all of the commissioners. Thank you.
The caller, last 4 digits, 2790. If you could please follow the prompt to unmute. Go ahead, caller. Go ahead, caller 2790.
Yes, hi, this is Tim Hewlett from Chino Hills. Timothy, Timothy. Hewlett, Hulett. And I wanted to call. I was very interested in the discussion yesterday related to earlier this week when it came to the LGBTQ panel, and it was really great to see the work being done to mobilize that community. That's not why I'm calling, though. I was interested. One of the leaders of the discussion, Paul Thomas, he pointed out that you'd already been going longer than the 2010 census. The Citizens Redistricting Commission did in 2010, and that you still had longer left than the last commission had from start to finish. I was kind of tuning in and out, but I wanted some clarity on a couple things. And browsing the other documents for the meeting, I was really trying to have. I didn't have clarity on a couple things, and it was a little hard to follow. It seemed to me that the census is arriving 2 weeks late from this, that you automatically get a 2-week extension because of that. But for the holidays, some folks want you to get an additional 4 weeks. That's what I've heard on part of the discussion. And that would cause the primary to be delayed 2 weeks. I hope I got that right. That's what it seems like your website says right now. Anyways, I think there would be some clarity about what's going on, and that you try to talk about this in weeks, not just sort of dates on the calendar, but just really
seconds.
What the impact these delays will have on the commission's work. It really helped regular people follow what's the result of the census, what are the requests for the holidays, and so on, and what is these impacts.
2
Anyway,
minutes.
thank you for all your great service, and good luck.
Okay, thank you so much. And I just want to let you know that if you will still be listening in on our meeting, agenda item 9A, we will actually be discussing that. So hopefully you can continue to watch our meeting.
Go ahead, caller.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sky Allen from Inland Empire United. The name is spelled SKYALLEN. We are a collective impact table serving Riverside and San Bernardino counties. We are facilitating the Inland Empire Redistricting Hub, and we submitted a letter earlier this week in collaboration with a number of local and statewide redistricting partners around item 9E. I was listening to the Public Input Committee meeting last night. I was unable to call in, but I did want to thank you all for so strongly considering our recommendations and for being open to raising the floor of meetings from the original 17 planned to the 27 region-based meetings we have proposed. Thank you also for clarifying that it was always your intent to offer Spanish interpretation at every meeting and for raising the issue of broadband access, which we are also really concerned about. We hope these recommendations could raise the floor as opposed to creating new ceilings, and would encourage you, if possible, to schedule additional meetings on top of those, hopefully even in-person meetings offered particularly in rural and low-income communities later this year, where broadband issues will make virtual meetings hard or impossible to attend. One of the commissioners mentioned the northernmost parts of the state, which we agree with in terms of focusing in on areas that would have difficulty with broadband. But it should be noted that there are numerous communities all over the state, mine included, that face those same issues. So we would be eager to continue to think with you about strategies for that hybrid model if you're open to it. But we also just wanted to thank you so much for being open to our suggestions and recommendations in the first place. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Ellen.
And we do have several more callers in the queue, Chair. As a reminder to those who have called in, if you would like to make a comment, please press *9 to queue. Please press *9 to raise your hand. All right, moving to our next caller. Go ahead, caller.
All right. Hello. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kirk Samuels, KIRK SAMUELS, and I'm with Community Coalition. Community Coalition is a nonprofit social justice organization working to address the social and economic conditions in South LA by empowering residents to fight for policy solutions that build up the community. We elevate the voices of our members, shift power to the community, and tackle the root causes of poverty, crime, and violence. Community Coalition also serves as co-lead for the People's Bloc with the Advancement Project California. Now, the People's Bloc is a county-wide redistricting coalition comprising of grassroots organizations focused on racial solidarity and balanced maps that increase political power in BIPOC communities. And we're a member of the IVE Redistricting Alliance as well. So I'm calling today to uplift our recommendation to set January 28th, 2022 as the deadline to finalize maps and to express our support to move the primary election to no later than June 21st, 2022 to accommodate any necessary shifts to the 2022 elections calendar as a result. We believe that we need adequate time to engage, prepare, and mobilize residents for submitting maps and providing input to the Commission's draft maps. And we want to ensure that we have enough time for community to input in the redistricting process because we believe that it's imperative that no community is disempowered for the next 10 years. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Samuels.
Caller, last 4 digits, 9500. Please follow the prompt to unmute. Go ahead, caller.
Good morning. My name is Julia Gomez. I am calling on behalf of the voting rights team of the ACLU of Southern and Northern California. Together, we seek to ensure that all communities, and in particular, historically underrepresented communities, have meaningful and fair access to engage in our democracy. This morning, we submitted a letter to the Commission respectfully requesting that the Commission adopt a timeline that includes sufficient time for the post-map process. We are extremely concerned that the overlap of the post-map process with the holiday season will shut out many Californians. Holding post-map public hearings and adopting a final map during this time will no doubt prevent Californians from being able to attend hearings, submit proposed maps, and review and provide input on the maps you ultimately do adopt, including on whether the maps capture their communities of interest. We are also concerned that the current schedule does not provide the Commission with adequate time to ensure compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act. Redistricting is an iterative process, and after the Commission releases the first set of draft maps, the public will need time to assess whether the maps comply with the VRA and propose amendments to the maps or even propose their own maps. In response to public input, the Commission will then tweak existing maps and or propose entirely new maps. At every step of the way, you will need to assess whether it is necessary to draw majority-minority districts. The Commission will also have to confirm that any districts you do create actually provide minority communities with an opportunity to elect candidates of choice. These analyses take time, and the current timeline makes these tasks difficult, and rushing through this process may make the final maps vulnerable to legal challenge. We therefore urge the Commission to set a schedule that provides adequate time to confirm that none of the final maps dilute the vote of minority communities in California. Thank you for your leadership in finding necessary solutions to these challenges, as well as your commitment to a fair and inclusive redistricting process.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez.
Go ahead, caller.
Thank you. My name is Stuart Waldman. I am president of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, VICA. We represent the northern portion of Los Angeles, the San Fernando Valley, and we're working with community groups for a fair and balanced redistricting process. We support for a deadline in late January to allow maximum time for the process. We believe that it's the Commission's duty to provide fair representation to California residents, not preservation of the primary election date or accommodating interests of elected officials. We're concerned about the ability to develop maps with sufficient public input and confidence in if the process is rushed. Deadline in December overlaps with the holidays, which provides a challenge for drafting and adopting maps with sufficient public buy-in and input. The state's decision to extend its own deadline, the Commission's deadline, could have a beneficial ripple effect, paving the path for cities and counties to have more time to redistrict as well. We're concerned about a rushed process, obviously. Allowing for more time to redistrict allows the Commission and local jurisdictions to carry out a redistricting process that prioritizes community input. And the success of redistricting process will determine public faith in state and local government for the next decade. And I thank you all for your service. It's an important commission to be part of.
Thank you, Mr. Waldman.
Go ahead, caller.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Jonathan Mehta-Stein, Executive Director of California Common Cause. As you know, Common Cause is a champion of independent, community-centered redistricting and was a proponent of the initiative that created California's independent redistricting process. I haven't spoken to you in a while, and I want to express my thanks for the enormous time you are dedicating to your role as commissioners and for your deep commitment to an independent and inclusive redistricting process. We all know this has not been an easy job. Common Cause and the League of Women Voters submitted written comment last weekend that highlights the principles enshrined in the state constitution that we believe should guide your decision-making about the time needed to successfully complete your line drawing process. At the heart of that process is the California public. Input from communities across our state should drive your work, and hopefully protecting opportunities for that input should be a top priority. I'm calling this morning to voice support for the January 28th deadline proposed in the letter submitted by organizations from across the state representing a wide swath of California. That deadline allows the public to be in the driver's seat of this process at the very end, likely the most critical period in your work. As you know, Common Cause's redistricting consultant previously did a presentation for you on various deadline scenarios. She would be happy to adapt those to map out the timelines that would result from a January 28th deadline, if that would be helpful. And she and I, of course, remain available to answer any questions. As a final note, I didn't catch whether an earlier caller suggested that you consult with elections officials or elected officials to examine questions of the elections timeline and the primary date. Of course, elections officials and their needs need to be part of the conversation to ensure our democracy can function properly. By contrast, though, considering the partisan or political needs of incumbents would be contrary, of course, to our independent process here in California. Thank you again for your service and for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Methestein.
And we do have some more callers in our queue. As a reminder, if you would like to give a comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. And we'll let the next caller in. Stand by. Go ahead, caller.
Hi. Thank you so much. My name is Sewing Ban, and I'm with Disability Rights California. My name is spelled THOVINHBANH, and my position is I'm Special Counsel for Strategic Partnerships and Community Engagements at Disability Rights California. So what I'm called to share with the Commission today is that with the current advent of the census results, California lost a seat. And I think with California losing a seat, there's going to be some angst and some anxieties from legislative members. I think we can have sympathy for them, but I would remind this committee and this board, this commission and this body, that your charge is at the core, the people of California. And I think if any time you're needing to be grounded in terms of the directions, in terms of who you should respond to, in terms of what your work should look like, turn to none other than your own document that created this very body, which says to conduct an open and transparent process enabling full public consideration and comment on the drawing of district line. And it actually warns against influences of the legislature as well. So I think to be very mindful that in this very uncertain times, there may be additional pressure on this body, potentially from power players that may not represent the views of the American public and the common folks that may not have the power structure to lean on to share. But I want to assure you that because this is a beautiful California, you're not doing this work alone, that you've got lots of allies who are, of course, you're on the commission because you've got deep ties and you've got connections to communities. But you don't have to do this work alone. There's a lot of folks waiting to help you get folks to provide comments that are from the public itself. So I appreciate all that you do, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Vang.
And we do have several members of the public called in and listening. As a reminder to those who have called in, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 to raise your hand.
Okay. And Christian, I think some of them have already provided
we do
comments. I'm not sure.
We do have someone else who wants to give a comment. Chair,
great.
stand by.
Thank
I'll let
you.
them in. Go ahead,
Good
caller.
morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Commissioners. This is Connie Malloy. I recently retired from a 10-year term on the inaugural Citizens Redistricting Commission here in California. I have been cheering you on from the sidelines, and the topic at hand regarding the timeline is so important. I'm calling you internationally today so as to weigh in. I've been in your shoes, and I'm just wanting to really remind and encourage you that the California voters intentionally put you in the driver's seat, and the most important thing that you have to do is ensuring fair maps. My experience being in your shoes was that a primary way that we were able to develop fair maps that stood up against 7 court cases and won every time was really by an effective public process and incorporating the really robust and complicated communities of interest testimony. From the experience that we had, we did a round of COI testimony before we did our first draft maps. And it was only once we had draft maps developed that the public comment became clear, detailed, and actionable enough that it was really able to fine-tune the maps that we did from there on out. The public really needs time to be able to analyze, to dialogue and respond, and for the commission to be able to process the information that you get back from their responses. That's true whether you're talking about groups of stakeholders. It's particularly true when you're talking about everyday people and individuals who may not have staff. This is just something that people are doing around their living room table. So there may be a cost and an inconvenience by extending the timeline, but it is a much greater cost to come out the other side with not creating fair maps and risking the appearance of influence by politicians or candidates or election administrators. And so I'll just close by saying, you are the decision makers. You are independent by design. You're the ones driving the timeline. And we're all counting on you to do the right thing on behalf of everyday people like myself. So good luck. I know that it's a tough job, and we're all really grateful for you being willing to do this for the state.
Plus 30.
Thank you, Ms. Malloy.
Go ahead, caller.
Commissioners, my name is Toni Triguero with the California Teachers Association, TONITRIGUEIRO. We're calling today about item 9A, and we realize that turnout is historically lower in primary elections and in particular gubernatorial elections. In California, while 81% of the registered voters cast ballots last November, just 38% cast ballots in 2018 primary. In that primary, Latinos made up just 16% of those who voted. Asians voted at 8%, and those at 35 years of age or younger voted at 14%. After the 2020 historic voter turnout, it is tempting to minimize the impacts changes to the electoral calendar on historically underrepresented populations may or may not have. It's easy to develop a false sense of confidence. But for the very first election in which your lines will be used, it is important to remember in the last gubernatorial primary, 3 out of 4 registered Latinos did not vote, 2 out of 3 Asians did not vote, and 4 out of 5 under 35 years of age did not vote. We face a huge task next year turning out voters. We urge you to show caution before making that task even harder by changing the primary date in June 2022. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Triguero.
As a reminder to those who have called in, if you would like to make a comment, please press *9. And we have nobody with their hand raised at this time, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Christian. We will move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 3. Are there any general announcements or commissioner updates or areas of interest? Okay, we'll keep moving. Agenda item 4 is a chair report. I kind of gave my chair report earlier with announcing Marcy as our director of outreach. And then also I noted what our agenda or our schedule would look like today. And with that, we will go on to agenda item number 5, executive director's report. Executive Director Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair Fernandez. As you heard, the outreach director of outreach has been selected. Welcome aboard, Marcy. Looking forward to working with you some more. And then also, as Chair mentioned, the Chief Counsel is being worked on, and I'll defer to the subcommittee to provide additional information. We are going to be moving forward with the field lead staff, and we'll be conducting interviews on Monday, Marcy and I, for all the different regions. We are currently working on and looking forward to seeing many applications for the outreach coordinator. As you all may recall, Patricia Vasquez Topeta will be leaving the commission as of today, in fact, the 29th. So we are working to replace her and find someone who can help us with the outreach coordinator activities. We'll also be posting for a data manager, the vacancy that was just created, and we're going to move forward on that hire as well when we get that announcement out. I think I mentioned last time the videography, the RFP, we have signed a contract with our videographer folks, VSS, and so we're moving forward with that. Thank you so very much. Full schedule for the commission to consider. We'll be discussing that later on today as far as the schedule, but I truly think that we need to start putting dates on the calendar for the various activities, and I know that will be coming up with the Public Input Design Committee. As far as the budget, we have and will continue to track our expenditures. We are going to provide information to the legislature. We'll be scheduling a meeting with them just to go over the proposal for our budget. We did submit the May revised letter, and we're waiting to hear back if they have any questions. That's the extent of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hernandez. I believe you said that you're moving forward with, I thought you said data manager. I believe it was the outreach manager position, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Are there any questions or any comments for Executive Director Hernandez? Commissioner Sinai.
Do we know when the data manager position is going to be posted?
We will be working on that, and I'll defer to the subcommittee. The position that we requested has been approved or was approved, and so we're just moving forward to create the job announcement that we'll post as soon as it's ready.
Any other questions? Move on to agenda item 6, Outreach Director, Ms. Kaplan.
Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners. I'm so thrilled to be here today in my new capacity as the Director of Outreach. And as Alvaro noted, I look forward to building our team to further engage all Californians in the redistricting process. I know that you have a lot to cover today, so I'll quickly go over my report also. I just want to thank all of you for the great work that you've been doing to present to organizations across the state. To date, we've received 129 requests. We have 79 presentations that have been completed and 33 upcoming that are scheduled, and then we're in the middle of processing the remaining requests. And just a quick note, just please make sure to redirect organizations as much as possible to the speaker request form, just so that we can streamline scheduling now that we're a little limited on staff, but hopefully just for the short term. And I also wanted to highlight that this month we held 2 successful CRC-hosted redistricting basics presentations. One was in English and one was in Spanish. Both of these presentations also included sign language and closed captioning. And those recordings are now posted on our website, on the YouTube page, and were also both sent out through our email list after the event. So thank you to the comms team for that support. The April 20th English presentation had 61 attendees and several folks calling in with questions. And the Spanish presentation had 147 attendees. We're also going to be posting the Spanish PowerPoint presentation and the script on the website. And also just wanted to highlight to the public that commissioners are also available to do the redistricting basics presentation in Spanish. And I just want to thank everyone involved, the commissioners, Alvaro, Freddie, and Cecilia, for helping with promotion, the translation for the Spanish, and also to the public and partners for tuning in and promoting the events. We've also begun working with USDR to more efficiently track our outreach efforts. So this process will help to streamline our speaker requests, as well as reporting, tracking, and measuring our outreach activities for the field staff. And I've been working ongoing with the outreach and engagement, language access, and grant subcommittees, and I'll defer to them during their subcommittee reports. Thank you again, everyone. Hopefully I didn't talk too fast.
It was great. Thank you so much. And I did want to echo your thanks. I want thank you to yourself, your team, communications, Executive Director Alvaro, all the effort that went into the Spanish and the English presentations. It definitely takes a village. So thank you so much for all those efforts. And also thank you all that tuned in to the presentations. Again, they're on our website that you can use for your own use. So any questions of outreach? Okay, we're going to move on to a communications director report. Mr. Sapp?
Yes, hi, thank you so much, Chairwoman. Congratulations, Marcy. It's awesome to see you step up to the director position. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Wanted to just keep it short, advising commissioners that we do have the official Redistricting Basics video up on our website. This is the video where you all participated and took turns reading slides. So we will send that out whenever commissioners are not available. And just for the public listening, if you have, if you're an organization that has multiple affiliates or chapters, this would be a great opportunity for you to send out the video in lieu of having commissioners who are tied up with other commitments to present directly to each one of your chapters. The presentation is exactly the same as the commissioners are presenting out in the community. So by all means, please feel free to reach out to us for that. And just wanted to let you know that this week was super busy with media. We sent out a statement earlier about the reapportionment data announcement. And of course, California wanted to hear from our commissioner. So we continue to plug them in. I won't go over what interviews we did. I'll shoot out a report, actually. Commissioner Sinai suggested that we put together a report for every meeting that encompasses media mentions, social media analytics, and website analytics. So we'll do that and we'll send it out so that you all have a better picture of as to how the public is responding to our social media, our website, and the videos that we're producing. That's it.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions of communications? Again, Commissioner Sadwani.
I'll just say, and I know, Freddie, I know you and I have talked about this, and this came up, was it yesterday or 2 days? The days are all kind of running together for me this week, but the question I think keeps coming up of, with one seat being lost, where is it coming from? I think there's a lot of speculation in the media about where that seat has to come from. So, I would just ask that, Freddie, if you could help develop some talking points on that. I know you and I have kind of talked about that, but it'd be great just to know that we're all on the same page of what we're saying.
Yes, I can do that.
Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to thank the comms team for putting together that video, the PowerPoint of all of us, and encourage the public to see my favorite slide. I think other commissioners have said it as well. The one where it's introducing all the commissioners. It's kind of a fun slide. And if there's any unique way that we can actually embed that into the PowerPoint that we're already doing, so that when we get to that slide, it just, everyone, wherever we go, everyone gets to hear a little bit from everyone. But thank you for putting that together, and thank you everybody for participating. It always makes me smile. Also, I want to give kudos to my colleagues who did the presentation in Spanish. I've listened to it several times just because I had to prepare for a Spanish interview, and each time it makes me smile as well, because I feel like I got to know my colleagues in a different way. Those of us who speak multiple languages know that sometimes it feels like you have multiple personalities depending on the language. So it's been fun to getting to know you all in that language.
Thank you. Yes, and I want to triple the thanks to Freddie, you and your team on the video. I really do like, and I love all of us being part of it. So thank you so much. Any other questions for communications? And I'm going to go back to number 7. I can't believe I skipped right over you, Ms. Johnson. So for the Chief Counsel's report.
The only thing I have to report is that we don't have any news yet on what's going to happen after June 15th, when California is supposed to be lifting the COVID restrictions. So whatever the new rules are, the commission will be adapting its processes to satisfy those rules. And once we have clarity on that, we will let the public know.
Great, thank you for that. Any questions for Chief Counsel? Okay. We are going to start with our subcommittee reports. We're going to go straight into it. 9A, we're going to go into 9A, the Government Affairs and Census with Commissioner Sadwani and Toledo.
All right, here we go. So we actually have many things to give a couple updates on. Of course, the census delay will be one of them. So perhaps Commissioner Toledo, if you're okay, if we start off with some of the ones that might move a little bit faster. After coming out of last meeting, we had a list of 4 things that were requested of us. A letter on or assistance on prisoner reallocation for federal folks held in federal prison. A further memo on legacy data, census action, and COVID regulations and Bagley-Keene. So perhaps we can start with the prisoner reallocation, just providing very initial support to Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Turner to connect with Senator Padilla's office, and I'm sure that they'll give an update there on the letter that they're drafting. And I know that had been one of the things that a caller had asked about, so that will be forthcoming from our colleagues. Secondly, we actually had connected a while back via email with the City of Los Angeles Redistricting Commission. So we had a meeting with them, also with Alvaro. And it was really, really interesting just to kind of learn more about their process. It's very different from our state-based process. So it was interesting to kind of hear about their timeline and their structure, as well as also just talking through the fact that as we're in development and gathering COI input, it's entirely possible that while people are giving us input on their communities of interest, and we presumably are going to be mapping those and having everything available on our website, that other commissions around the state could potentially want to tap into some of that testimony while it's being submitted to the state commission. If it's neighborhood based for this in the city of Los Angeles or in the county of San Diego or Santa Barbara or wherever else, that other commissions might actually want to use that. So something we might just want to think about as we plan for the transparency and how we're going to post all of those pieces of input that we're collecting. And I was kind of curious, Alvaro and Commissioner Toledo, we haven't really debriefed from that yet. So I wasn't sure if that was helpful, if it's necessary to do more, if you feel like there's, one of the things we had also talked about in that meeting is the possibility of coordinating potentially with various commissions around the state, either to utilize resources together, or even simply to share information, because redistricting can become a very confusing process. Folks who want to get involved may not necessarily know the difference between their local redistricting commission that they might be talking to versus the state. So I don't know if either of you have anything else you want to add to that, in terms of feedback from that conversation.
I think the only thing I would add is that, we're doing outreach to our communities, and so are other localities, or the counties, and other governmental groups. And so it may make sense for us to coordinate so that the community doesn't have to provide, so that they have an opportunity to provide input to us and to other groups, knowing that the input might be slightly different, but potentially it's the same people giving input, right? The same hard to reach populations that we're all targeting, and the public. So as much as we're able to coordinate and able to work together to increase public participation in a meaningful way, I think that would be helpful, especially in areas where there are other outreach efforts going on.
And I would just agree with that, absolutely.
Commissioner Sinai, I wasn't sure.
Sorry, I just wanted to add that Commissioner Ahmad and I have done a presentation with someone from the City of Chula Vista Commission, and then the League of Women Voters San Diego sponsored a presentation with me and a commissioner from the county, San Diego County Redistricting Commission. And that came out really well, because we were able to talk about redistricting in general and then give the differences. We didn't do 2 PowerPoints, we turned it into a conversation. So for those who are interested in doing that, or have, counties, I know that the league shared it with the whole entire state. So feel free to use that script, and if you're interested in talking to the San Diego Commission, we know that we've been obviously in contact with the staff, so we can connect you. Both at the city, we've also, Commissioner Ahmad and I have also spoken to the City of San Diego's staff.
Chair Fernandez.
Okay. And I think that's great. I think the something that might, I don't want to say a glitch, but if we coordinate the efforts for the public input, that's very different than an education. And so when we think of public input, again, I don't believe the full commission needs to be there. That's a great opportunity. So I think, definitely worth talking about and maybe discussing what that would look like. But yes, I definitely think that's a great opportunity to try to combine our resources. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for me, what I'm realizing, a lesson learned that we can share with 2030 is, as more and more local areas are using independent commissions, come 2030, I think that there could be a lot of planning around how resources could be shared, or how input could be shared, how education could be shared. I think we're kind of far along at this stage to have a robust coordination with the other commissions around the state. But in general, I think passing an olive branch wherever it's possible to do so makes a lot of sense to me. But I don't think we have the capacity at this point, given all of the other things that we have still to do, to have that coordinated effort. But I think certainly for 2030, it's something to think about moving forward. The other piece was the request to draft a letter regarding COVID regulations. That is posted for the governor. That is posted on the website as a part of our handouts for today. And I would just ask if there are drafting issues around the language, please email that to us or to Alvaro or Marian, who can get it to us. But I wanted to just talk about the general concept of that letter. Marian helped me draft certainly the legal components of that letter to make sure that it was accurate to the executive orders. And then I just added to that a little bit. So I want to just open a discussion if we're comfortable with that letter, if there are any substantive changes that we'd like to see. But again, ultimately, it's asking the governor to maintain the executive orders at this point in time so that, and I think it was Ms. Westa Lusk who had called in saying, well, if we go back to meeting in person, does that mean that the public has to then travel to Sacramento? I don't think that that's something any of us would want. I think that actually limits public input in many ways. So the request at this point in time is just to maintain those executive orders for the time being, and certainly that in the future there's, if there's an opportunity to discuss modernizations to Bagley-Keene, that we would be happy to be a part of that or provide recommendations. Yeah, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I do appreciate the letter. That's definitely want to be able to try to do some sort of hybrid in the future if the executive order is lifted. I'm going to go ahead and give you my comment now because I'll probably forget to give you. I appreciate the wording. It's great. The only addition I would like to see, it's the second to the last paragraph, and the last sentence says, "We ask for clarity on the direction you intend to take as to these key executive orders so that we can appropriately plan and not be sidelined by a return to Bagley-Keene provisions that would necessarily end our ability to meet virtually." And I think it would be helpful to add to that and say, and will also the end of the bill, then the ability for Californians to meet virtually. So not just us, but also the people that we're trying to get input for. But I appreciate the letter. It's great. Thank you so much. And if when would you like to get this out so that if there are other comments that they can get that to you?
Whenever the commission wants to get it out. Do we want to take the weekend to review it or?
Sure. So by Monday, if anyone has comments, if we can just forward that to both Commissioner Sadwani and Toledo, is that okay? Yeah, is that good to both of you? Great.
Yeah, sounds great. And then we'll move forward with sending that letter off to the governor's office. And I know Marcy, I think you have contacts there, so perhaps if I can lean on you to help make sure that reaches the appropriate staff members. Yeah, Marcy.
Just adding also, I'm not sure if this is an opportunity to encourage other partners in the field to support on this letter, or if that's just a call to action for the public who are listening to support this effort as well.
I agree with you on that. Do you have a sense, and especially from an outreach perspective, of how you would want to go about doing that? Is that that you want to make this like a sign-on letter or another kind of form for other folks to sign on to? Or I love the idea, but if you have thoughts on how to do it.
I think coordinating with the comms team to see as part of that approach, but Angela, I think maybe you had something on that as well.
I was just going to say, I think a press release would be great so that we could get it out. I mean, other boards are thinking about this. Hopefully other commissions are thinking about this. And so even if we're not asking them to sign on to this particular letter, because that could get a bit unwieldy given our limited administrative capacity. Yeah. I think if we put out a copy and urge folks to consider something similar, and asking, if you're a citizen, ensuring that your local commissions and boards, et cetera, are talking about bringing up this issue. I think maybe that's our like ask to to the public, is to urge local commissions and boards to take this issue up as an agenda item.
I love that. I saw Commissioners Turner, Sinai, and Akutagawa with their hands up.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani, I wanted to just express my support to you and Commissioner Toledo for the letter. I like the upgrade in including all, making the adjustment for all Californians for virtual meetings, and total agreement. Yes, Ms. Kaplan, beautiful. I do not think we should hold it up for a sign-on attempt. I think that the letter should go out as soon as possible after commissioners have had their opportunity to give any other feedback by Monday. Love the press conference and the call to action for those that are watching now. And we can incorporate that in the press conference, as I think Commissioner Vasquez has said as well, so that I think it benefits everyone to continue in this format and have opportunity to continue, and then also be able to have virtual or in-person meetings where possible. So thank you all for the work.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, I thought you all did a great job on that. Thank you. And Alicia, Commissioner Fernandez, that was a great input. And just on, I don't think we should hold up the letter, as Commissioner Turner said. I also would like, but for two reasons. One is, I think sooner the better, but also two, we need to be careful who we ask to sign on things, because we are an independent redistricting commission. And as we heard from comments today, independent means from all sides to a certain extent. And so this letter is stronger coming from us, or us and other commissions, because then, there's a unity there. But I do encourage the public to send their own separate letters and separate requests.
Thank you for that. Agreed. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Sinai, for what you just said. I think that was a point well taken. I think I was going to suggest, and I guess I'll just still put it out there, and would love to hear what the other commissioners have in terms of this thought. I love the idea of, I think, making the announcement about what we're proposing to have happen, the retention of the executive order, so we can continue to meet virtually. I do think that that actually, to me, I think that actually ensures greater transparency, as intended by Bagley-King. I am curious as to whether or not what our role is in encouraging the public, all Californians, regardless of what their opinions are, to weigh in on this. Is it appropriate for us to perhaps put something on our website where we can direct people to either make comment, perhaps provide draft of language they could use, and or not a sign on through our letter, but a easy way where they can just fill out a form to then have sent to the governor's office so that they can see it, or and this is to Commissioner Sinai's point, or does that get us into an area that would be a little bit less independent and perhaps more just letting people just do their own communications. So just kind of trying to see if we could make it easier, but at the same time, I also, point taken about, ensuring that our neutrality and impartiality is also retained as well too.
So, Commissioner Vasquez.
Oh, you can go ahead and respond. I have a different question.
Oh, so what I was hearing though is that we should most certainly move forward with sending out the letter. Definitely a press release at minimum, with a call for others to support this letter and support the ask that we are able to remain in a virtual space and location, even if even as the COVID situation begins to improve in California, so that we can continue to maintain this. If the commission feels comfortable after Monday on any final edits to the letter, I'd like to hand it off to staff to really think through how to move all of this forward and to make sure it's put on our beautiful letterhead and sent over. Certainly happy to still be that point of contact in terms of the commission, but would love to just bring in our experts on this to think through all of the implications of how to best put all of this together. Commissioner Vasquez, did you still have a comment?
Yeah, this is self-interested, but also in thinking about increasing community access. Is maybe more a question for Marion. I'm not sure what the travel requirements and statute are for the commission. Like if that was a requirement that we agreed to when we applied to be on the commission. I am growing increasingly concerned that we will open up before I am able physically to travel. And there's a few things in terms of the requirements that I find a bit both ageist and ableist in terms of requirements for being able to serve. So I again, self-interested, but also just thinking for folks with disabilities who can't travel, like this is an issue. But personally for me, I am growing a bit concerned that the order will be lifted and I will be left having to make a choice.
Marion?
If Bagley Keene is in effect, you have to, a commissioner would have to participate from a location that's open to the public. So if you're not able to leave your home, that would mean the only way to be would be if you were willing to post your address and allow anyone who wanted to come to your home, which is difficult. So that is one of the provisions that would need to be addressed.
Got it. But there's no, in our statute, there's not a requirement to travel.
No.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. So we will move forward with the letter and hopefully we won't have to even worry about that, Commissioner Vasquez, and that you can remain safe, and that we can all remain safe, and all Californians can remain safe and still meaningfully participate in this process is our greatest hope. Yes, Commissioner or Chair Fernandez, I wasn't sure if you wanted to facilitate or me, but happy to have you facilitate as we move forward.
Okay.
So the final piece, of course, is the census delay. I know that we're missing a couple commissioners. I think we might still be missing a couple commissioners today. So we'll see how far we can get in this conversation. And I think I had spoken with Chair Fernandez yesterday, I believe it was, about whether or not we want to have a full and final conversation today, or if we want to hold some of this conversation for next week on May 4th, which we have that day reserved as action items that we might want to take. So I'll go ahead and start and at least give some of the background. Commissioner Toledo, please feel free to jump in at any point in time. Commissioner Toledo has been actively working also on behalf of the Legal Affairs Committee on all of our contracts with the attorneys coming in. So if we are certainly both working on the governmental affairs piece together and jointly. But I'll at least get us started with some of the background. I wanted to first address some of the callers' concerns about Bagley Keene and just remind everyone, as well as the public, that we are operating somewhat differently than the 2010 Commission, but as advised by our council, right? We operate with subcommittees of 2 members, and we're only advisory, right? So our subcommittees aren't making any decisions. That's why we created the memo and why we're doing this report back. So we believe we are fully compliant with Bagley Keene. I certainly understand the concerns or considerations of the optics of the subcommittees moving forward. But most certainly transparency is something that we all take very seriously. At our last meeting, we had discussed the governmental affairs subcommittee hosting another meeting of what we've been referring to as key stakeholders. Certainly Common Cause had made several requests to us and to me to hold such a meeting. As I wrote in the memo that is posted online, that meeting included a number of key stakeholders. Over the last several months, we've had conversations about what the impact of the census delay means, right? So it means that we will have to figure out when exactly, excuse me, when exactly we will deliver the maps based on the Padilla ruling last summer. To me, this is a legal issue, or at least needs to be considered through a legal lens, because if we don't uphold our legal obligations under that ruling, then we are leaving ourselves open to having our powers to actually draft those maps taken away. And most certainly, you know, our counsel, Ms. Johnson, has helped me understand the ramifications of the Padilla ruling as it stands right now. And I certainly understand that it's entirely possible for us to go back to the courts and ask for additional time. But to do so, we're going to need to make a legal argument as to why to do that. And so that's what I've really tried, what Commissioner Toledo and I have really tried to lay out in this memo, or the options that we might potentially have before us. I would also just encourage us to remember and consider that we are in the process of hopefully hiring a chief counsel and contracting 2 litigation firms to be a part of our legal team. So to the extent that we need to have a legal strategy around the timeline, if we wanted to go beyond the timeline permitted under the Padilla ruling, you know, my sense is that we would really want to develop that in concert with all of these legal experts that we are bringing on board to be a part of our team. You know, I have full confidence in the advice that Ms. Johnson has provided to us, but I feel uncomfortable giving a recommendation that we should just go forth and do whatever we want when we know that we're going to have a lot more legal advice to bring on and to coordinate with. The meeting that was held last week, I do want to talk a little bit about that. It had all of the same folks that were a part of the initial meeting with some additional folks as well. And that included representatives from the Secretary of State's office, representatives from the CACEO, the organization of county, I always forget the acronym, county election officials, and Commissioner Kennedy, you can correct me on that, county election officials.
California Association of Clerks and Election Officials.
Thank you very much. So there were 2 representatives there, representatives from both the Democrats and the Republicans from the legislature, you know, as well as from Common Cause. The legislature also asked the attorney who litigated in the Padilla case on behalf of the legislature to join and provide her input on the ruling of that case. And you have a memo from that attorney posted online. We also were joined by the California Black Census and Redistricting Hub at the request of Common Cause. It was very clear, you know, earlier on in this process that we were being encouraged to think about a share the pain perspective, that all of these different key stakeholders are going to have to adjust a little bit given the delay in the census. That could mean that various dates and deadlines for the primary would shift, that the legislature might have to shift them, that we might need to have additional time for our processes. But what became very apparent throughout the conversation was that I think people were really digging in their heels about the perspectives that they had, right? And the community groups very much wanting that January 28th deadline or end of January as it is, legislature and others wanting us to maintain an earlier deadline so that the primary doesn't have to move. I'll be very honest, it became quite heated. I also left the meeting feeling a little salty when I offered that perhaps there's somewhere in between the end of January and December 31st that we could think about, that in which we could have additional time and yet not have to move the June primary date, which I think actually caller number 4 today had suggested. Sandra, I think her last name was Barrero. I may have had that wrong. I was accused of not being independent. And I took offense to that actually, because I saw myself as listening to the advice of our council. And it was a stark reminder that as much as we need to be independent of the legislature, we also need to be independent of interest groups that have a singular interest or desire. As I've thought more about this process, I do think that there's a number of potential options for us to consider. I have not laid them out in the memo that is before you today. However, the recommendations that are in this memo as of right now are first a conversation around the legacy data and the adoption of it. As far as we can tell, the legacy data is the census data. That's certainly something that we can further discuss, and that might be a part of a legal strategy. But given all of the information that we have received from the statewide database thus far, the legacy data is entirely usable. And so I think if we were to go to the courts and say, we can't use the legacy data, we would be asked why, right? And we would have to have a response as to why that is the case. So certainly that's one area that we can talk more about. A second one is that we as a commission need to just have a conversation about realistically, how much time do we need, right? We have a lot of extra time in comparison to the 2010 commission to go out and start getting community of interest input before we ever receive census data. We could be doing it now. So how much time do we realistically need to draw the maps? And if our timeline is falling somewhere in and around the holidays, how are we as a commission going to handle that, right? How do we anticipate getting public input during that time period? Do we believe it will be stymied or not, right? And that should inform our legal strategy as what we as a commission actually want. And then finally, I do think we should take a wait and see approach as we learn more and more from the Census Bureau. Just this past week, we saw another letter saying no later than August 16th. So the timeline keeps kind of creeping up in terms of when that legacy data will be released. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I would have a couple of things. I mean, I think we're not the only entity dealing with this issue, right? Every state across the country is dealing with the timeline, the constrained time with various interests from all sides. Any conversation around this issue is going to have some level of tension. And I think that's what we saw at the meeting with stakeholders, and that's to be expected because it is a very difficult conversation. We're starting to see some litigation bubble up across the country. The Michigan Commission has filed a lawsuit. I encourage anyone who on the commission to take a look at it. They have some novel, some interesting arguments around the legacy data. And potential, and so that potentially might be useful should we decide to move forward in that direction. Or interesting arguments as well. Different contexts and different set of facts, but they have some interesting legal arguments. And so certainly I agree with Commissioner Sadwani that we need to really think about how we timeline and what we need, how much time we need to meaningfully engage the public, especially once the draft maps are created. Because certainly engaging, everyone agrees we need to start getting feedback now on the communities of interest, information, and get as much of it from the public now. But certainly there has been a couple of commentators and previous state commissioners who have pointed out that really the feedback starts to get a little bit more nuanced once the draft maps are created, and I think that's a point well taken. And so I do think we need to have a conversation about that, and I know that's been ongoing in various committees, and I certainly absolutely agree with more of a wait and see approach. We do have various options, so we are able to drive the conversation, and that's why we're getting this. We're getting quite a bit of communication from the public, because stakeholders are looking to us to help other stakeholders move this conversation forward. And so whether it's us asking the legislature to look at different options and explore different options with regards to moving the elections deadline, using some adopting other types of waivers. I mean, there's various other strategies that can be implemented, asking for additional funding. Those are some of the things that have been brought up during public comment for outreach. But I think what we've been trying to do is figure out what are the options as the Government Affairs Committee, what are the options available to us, and then for this committee for this commission to give us some direction and as to what we should be advocating for, right? And so continued conversations with stakeholders, I think, is important, as long as we have the direction as to where we want to be headed. And I think that can only happen if we know how much time we need post draft maps.
Okay, thank you. We're getting close to break. So should we take a break right now? It appears to be a good stopping point, because I'm sure there's going to be a full discussion of this. So thank you so much. I appreciate the thoroughness and all the information, as well as all the comments that we received during public comment. So let's take a break and be back at 11:15. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. We are continuing our discussion on agenda item 9A regarding the delay of census data. And I was checking with Commissioners Sadwani and Toledo to see if we're ready for questions, or was there more information you wanted to provide?
I think we're ready for questions. I don't know, Commissioner Toledo, anything more to add?
No, I think we're ready for
okay, and before the break, I know I saw Commissioner Kennedy and then Commissioner Sinai. So, and then Commissioner Fornashari, and then Commissioner Turner. Anyone else? I'll put myself in the queue too then. Okay, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I have spent a lot of time since last week going through all of the handouts, some of them multiple times. I've gone back, I've reread the Supreme Court decision, I've reread Secretary Padilla's filing before the decision, and I have prepared some remarks. So if you will bear with me, it won't take too long, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. Any date that we might imagine for the final maps that we set before the census data are received by the state is speculative. The Padilla decision sets a deadline that is relative to the date on which the state receives the data. As I count it, we're looking at 93 days after that date as the deadline for the display of the preliminary draft maps, and 137 days after the state receives the data for the submission of our approved final maps. To me, the most significant difference between using legacy data and newer format data is the additional time, whether it's 1 week or 2, required to make the legacy data usable. And we should be discussing how to recover that time. The subcommittee's memo also doesn't mention the potential impact on the general election, which cannot be moved. As commissioners, we are sworn to uphold the Constitution of the state of California, including the requirement for periodic elections. And while I may be more sensitive to the demands placed on election officials as a result of having been involved in administering elections in various places, I believe we should all do our best to understand the bigger picture here. We cannot function in a bubble. And while one of the purposes of last year's suit and ruling was to give us and election officials certainty regarding our timeline, we remain nonetheless at the mercy of decisions taken elsewhere, whether they be changes in the data release schedule from the Census Bureau or suits by other states to speed up or slow down the release of redistricting data. While it is important to take certain decisions regarding the direction we will take, we must retain the flexibility to respond to those external factors. Even this week, Secretary Raimondo said, work isn't over. We look forward to delivering the redistricting data no later than September 30th. And later in that press conference, Acting Director Jarman said states will receive the data they need to begin redistricting by August 16th. So we're not even getting clear messages from the Commerce Department and the Census Bureau. You know, we can debate the intent of the 26 March letter from the legislature, but there really should be no question about this commission's commitment to independence, public participation, and transparency. We are drawing lines, not the legislature. We are doing it in public, not in private. And we are encouraging public participation in every way we can think of. Even if we proceed with drawing preliminary draft maps on the basis of the legacy data as prepared by the statewide database, the people of California will have had at least 6 months since the launch of the Communities of Interest tool to provide input on their communities of interest, even before we receive the census data. And if we can indeed recover the time required for statewide database to reformat the data, we will have the same amount of time as in the 2010 cycle for the community to provide input on the various draft maps. 4.5 months, the time between the state's receipt of the data and the deadline for our maps as set in the Padilla decision, is 4.5 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to share that I think we've really, it's a perfect storm what we have walked into, and I think we need to sometimes start there because we're just living it, and this is our normal. But we've had the pandemic. We've had major census delays. I don't even want to say census delays anymore. Let's just be honest. They've been major. We have a recall election, which the groups aren't talking about in public, but they're concerned about how do they engage individuals in the recall election, which is probably around the time of our first, if we use kind of the time I'm using. And we're losing, and San Diego and California has 52 seats versus 53 seats. So I just want to remind us that we are in the perfect storm. I'm very proud to be working with all of you through this perfect storm. I feel like we've all been very graceful and have had great, humor through it all. And it's just our normal, but just to be kind to ourselves and remind ourselves that what our reality is. And so when others say, well, in Commission 2010, we did this or whatever, this is a whole different, no one ever could have predicted that this was going to happen. So I have complete faith in the 14 of us moving forward in the right way.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I want to thank Commissioner Kennedy. Well said, Commissioner Sinai. Well said too. Commissioner Sidwani and Toledo, thank you too. Wow. I mean, oh my gosh, this is, you've, I mean, it's a tidal wave coming at you, and you have been able to distill it down into an understandable and digestible form for us, and I appreciate that. I just want to emphasize a point that Commissioner Sidwani made. This is a legal issue at its core, and we have to be prepared to stand up in front of the Supreme Court of the state of California to defend any decisions that we make. You know, I mean, I wanted to emphasize that, and I know we don't take it lightly, and I know it's all obvious, but I mean, the Supreme Court made the Padilla decision, and I mean, I think it's pretty clear, you know, the direction that they've given us based on the Padilla decision. And so if we want to go a different direction, you know, we have to have some basis in law and basis to defend that. You know, I feel in some ways that this end of January date is, I mean, I don't know where that's coming from, and I don't understand the basis in law that is being used. You know, I looked at the memos and handouts that we've been given. And you know, maybe, I don't know, Commissioner Sidwani or Commissioner Toledo can help us understand what the defense of that date would be, or how we might defend that date. But I also want to say I agree with Commissioner Sidwani that, you know, ultimately getting our legal team in on this as quickly as we can is important. And again, I just want to reiterate my personal thanks for your hard work on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. Thank you so much. What an exciting time to be a commissioner. I do want to also thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sidwani and Toledo, for the work that you've done. And Commissioner Kennedy, I wanted to actually have you probably read what you read, what you said, your statements twice. I was trying to stay in tune with every line and take a couple of notes and what have you, because I'm coming from a totally different perspective. I deeply resonate with a lot that has been shared from a community side. It's where I've lived and hung out for a while in representing community groups. Even earlier, I think, Commissioner Sidwani, when you said we must be independent of interest groups and independent of legislature, of course, I kept thinking through that, and it sounds right. And then I kept thinking, for the different coalition partners that's speaking, I don't think, I'm a part of enough coalition groups in my other day job. I don't think any of us think of ourselves as having a voice from a coalition. I don't think we think of ourselves as an interest group. We represent people and only reflect and show up with the will, the wishes, the testimony, the shared experience of people. I'm thinking about the public comment that came in from the individuals, particularly the one, and if you're still listening, that said, you know, will my retired single independent voice matter and count? And yes, it absolutely will. But I want to just kind of talk through, because I've tried not to totally make up my mind, so you'll just have to listen to me talk through this for a bit. There is another, I think, element at play here, because we know historically the people that the voices, we're trying to have all California voices show up and represent and weigh in But we know the fight is not for all California voices. There are Californians that have always participated, have always been aware, and have always had the time to participate, and we want them to continue. And in addition to that, if we're going to engage new voices, it cannot be based in the way that we've engaged in the past. A caller a couple of days ago talked about redistricting as being something that's not easily approachable. Yes, we've had more time now to talk about redistricting in communities of interest, and it's not more time enough because it's been an additional 4 months. It's not been 40 years. It's not been a couple hundred years that we've talked about redistricting. This is still very new. In our redistricting basics, we talked about we're trying to make redistricting sexy. We're trying to make them accessible, interesting, and it's been a struggle. As you talk to people, and I'm sure all of the commissioners have, as we're out talking to people, people are either already very well familiar with redistricting, or they're like, what? What is it? Okay, why does it matter? And after I give it my best opportunity, I'm so grateful. I wondered about coming onto this commission initially, and I've not been shy. I've not been private about saying I did not know a whole lot about redistricting coming into this space. I'm so glad that I didn't, because I can fully relate to people now that's saying how difficult this will be to get people to engage and to be able to lean in and understand the importance. It's taken me all of this time. Through, COVID and a whole bunch of other things. It's taken me all of this time to get my mind kind of wrapped around. A lot of the earlier meetings, I was really quiet, really in a learning mode, just trying to feel like the kid at the front of the seat, desperately leaning in, trying to catch up to where some of you have been for years in your background, have taught it, have lived it, have traveled it. And it's like, indeed, if this is a process that all Californians should participate in, then certainly I should be able to grasp what it is that's being asked. I'm starting to put it together. I'm starting to get it, but it's taken all of that. So to me, to have 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 2 months, and oh, well, you should get it now, participate, jump in, let's make it happen. This is enough time. And to ask it over a holiday period where holiday family is the only thing a lot of our communities have to celebrate in life. So for those that are retired and set back and just are doing this voluntarily and weighing in because this is their entertainment and the time that they have in the day, good. Not mad at that. That's a wonderful aspirational place to be. For most people that's working, struggling in life, competing priorities, things that they're trying to work on, and now to have to also understand redistricting, this is a difficult process. I'm grateful for the community groups out there that's really trying to hold people's face with 2 hands to say, listen, this is important. This will shape your future for the next 10 years. I need you to get this. I need you to weigh in. And people desire to do that. And then life happens and they're focused and pay attention to something else. I'm not certain. We got some bright folk on here. I'm sure we can figure out how to go back to the Supreme Court or whatever else it takes to say we do need to look at this differently. We do need to figure out how do we allow, if our focus is getting all Californians hearing their voice, if that's our primary focus, I want to say that I am concerned that for us to, by communities of interest right now, yes, people are starting to submit. I heard another caller that said, it did not, I think it was Malloy that did redistricting before, talked about it did not land for people. They really did not begin to understand it until they saw draft maps. And then it was like, wait a minute, I don't care what you said. I don't care how you told me about it and how you trained me and everything. Now it's starting to make sense. Oh my, I do need to engage. And I feel like we'd be penalizing those folk that can't get it till they get it. To say that do it right now, participate, understand it, you just should. I think that we owe them the additional time after we present draft maps to kind of now do education. Why aren't they educating now? They are, but it will land differently once they see draft maps. And I think that additional amount of time is needed. And so I'll pause there and probably come back later with, oh yeah, and I wanted to say, but for right now, that's just some of my initial thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Okay, I am going to bypass me, and I have Toledo, Vasquez, and Akutagawa.
So in going back to Commissioner Fornashari's point and Commissioner Shidlani's point that this is a legal issue, I certainly agree that it is a legal issue, and I think, certainly legal arguments can be made to either way, but I think we need to base them on our facts. So I think if we determine as a commission independently that that we don't have enough time to meet our constitutional and requirements of engaging the public and providing transparency and getting the feedback that we need to do our job, then certainly there would be an argument there for additional time that we would be able to make. Now but it has to go back to our timeline. We have to go back to figuring out, do we have enough time after the draft maps, after we begin the mapping process, to meaningfully engage and involve and the public and end up with maps that we feel will reflect the voices of Californians. So otherwise, I think we have a weaker argument. And so if we want to have a strong one, it has to be based on our assessment of the timeline that we need to get the work done and get the public's feedback on the maps and be able to use that feedback effectively. That'd be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. And I have Commissioner Vasquez.
I won't repeat what Commissioner Turner shared, but I think you put into words a tension that I've been wrestling with for some time now in my head, but didn't have the words to describe. That said, there is a word that has been particularly on my mind that I've been sort of teasing out, and it's this idea of independent, and we're an independent commission. And I think for me, that downplays the interdependence of this process in the process that came before, which is the census. And we're very much seeing how dependent we are on that process and the quality of that process. And likewise, elections, which is, that's the end game is elections. The end game for all of this is people putting in their ballots on election day or election week or what have you, right? That's the end game. This process is interdependent in a bigger civic engagement electoral process. And I don't want us to get into a conversation where we neglect those facts, right? Like the quality of our work directly impacts the end game, which is voting. And so I do want us to be mindful of those particular facts. And I also just want to echo a particular point that Commissioner Turner made, in that I don't necessarily think that it's fair to characterize community input as interest groups or sort of like one voice. These folks represent their communities. And I think our independence and ability to be impartial, those are requirements so that we can be influenced. The whole point of community engagement is so that we can weigh all considerations and know inherently that we are all bringing biases to this process, and that we were selected because we are mindful enough to know that we have biases and that we can hopefully bracket those to the extent humanly possible and be open to influence. That's the point. That's why we have public comment. That's why we do all of this in public, because we are necessarily in a dialogue with community. And because we cannot have a conversation with every single Californian, we are dependent on community and community groups and community representatives to help us have this conversation. And so again, for me, I think sometimes we get hung up on this idea that we're independent and we're just sort of like up here on Mount Olympus doing maps, and that's going to be that's the gold standard for this process. And for me, that's the antithesis of a democratic republic, right? That we're representative, and we actually have, in my opinion, we have to be open to influence from community. That's why we are here. Otherwise, we could give it back to Olympus if we want it, right? So I just, for me, that it's been bugging me the way sometimes I think we as a group frame our independence, and I don't want the other pieces, our dependence, our interdependence on community and this whole wider electoral process to get lost in these conversations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Kutagawa. And then we've got Kennedy, Toledo, and Sadwani.
First off, I just want to just acknowledge this great conversation, and I think this is part of the reason why the work that we're doing is so important. And I appreciate, this full range of comments. I think I kind of fall in and maybe this was expressed by Commissioner Toledo. I think I'm maybe falling in the middle, and I'm just kind of trying to think about, what are the other ways. I will say that coming into this, I was just thinking, what do we need to do to ensure that we are at least minimally following what is legally required so that our maps are not invalidated? And I think, to me, that's the most important perspective that I think we need to keep in mind. With that said, in hearing everything that's being said, I think one thought is, okay, do we move up our own timeline? Do we move up our own schedule and release draft maps earlier so that then we could increase the comment time and still retain, the timing that we need to ensure that we don't have to move the primary? Because I'm hearing the issue really is ensuring adequate time for community to comment. So that's one thought that I want to just put out there for perhaps consideration and discussion. The other thought is, okay, and I think Commissioner Toledo kind of, at least this is what I heard and interpreted from what he said, is I think we just need to then come up with the case to go back to the Supreme Court and say, we need to, one, both clarify, but we also want to suggest moving and saying that we will submit final maps by, X date in January, whether it's end of January, mid-January, whatever. If there's any questions about us being on a bubble where the date that we'll be maybe working towards could be outside of what could be legally required. This way, then, if we have confirmation from the Supreme Court, we know that we will be within the legal limits of what we need to follow so that our maps will not be invalidated. So just wanted to add those two things.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Turner's comment about not sticking with people until they see the maps. There's a whole literature on making things sticky, and I've enjoyed that literature on stickiness, and I agree. I can see how that's the case, and that was in fact one of the reasons that I had tossed onto the table early on the idea of going out and getting people's reaction to the current districts. Not necessarily anything to do. We're not necessarily basing new districts on old districts, but at least if we could get public input on how they felt about their existing districts, that might be enough to really engage people and get them interested. I mean, this was part of an early conversation, I think, that we had, and we were talking about, we're approaching this or we're looking at putting in place a new paradigm. There was the 2010 paradigm, which had a very short timeline, the newness of the commission, et cetera. We're dealing, as Commissioner Sinai said, with a completely different set of circumstances, and thinking of this in new ways is, I think, part of our challenge. Commissioner Akutagawa's idea of putting out preliminary maps earlier. I've seen conversations in the press about states that are, taking ACS data. So no, they're not actual 2020 census data, but taking ACS data and at least using the ACS data to put out preliminary maps that can be a focus for discussion. So, I'm happy with the course of this discussion. I just, let's all keep in mind that we are charting our own road on this. I loved Commissioner Vasquez's formulation of interdependence. I think that really is phenomenal thinking and something that we always need to keep in mind. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Sadwani?
Sure. Many thoughts here. Let me get myself in order here. First, on the piece on interest groups, I chose that term with purpose. I too have a long background working in community-based organizations. I think there are differences there, however, and I think in the last 2 weeks, it was a healthy reminder for me of the differences between various kinds of organizations who are making requests of us. And also, even just as we are seeing in the comments that we've received today, that communities come in many different forms and have many different opinions and perspectives. And I think we heard from many different kinds of community folks today who were calling in. And I will just say, I'm trying to choose my words carefully. I think that throughout the last several months, we have received a lot of really great input from a host of organizations who are very involved in this process throughout the creation of the RFIs, the RFPs. Excellent feedback from many of the organizations that were a part of the creation of independent redistricting, this independent redistricting commission here in California, and who are charting the path for good governance reforms across the country. And I think that that's entirely important work, and I really want to uplift that work. But I think also some of those organizations wear multiple hats. And so if you're promoting good governance while at the same time promoting a very specific recommendation for a set of community-based organizations, and that accuse, and a part of this is that the accusation came at me that because I didn't want to follow exactly what that organization wanted us to do, that then I'm not independent. I didn't appreciate that at all, and I felt like no. You don't get to have a kind of paternal relationship with this commission because you are part of forming us, and push us and accuse us of not being independent when we don't follow exactly what you say. So I just wanted to kind of uplift that, because I take the considerations of community-based organizations to heart. I absolutely agree. I think there are barriers to this process. I think it's incredible that this process exists. And I am an ardent supporter of independent commissions across the country, and having a fully community-based and informed process across the country. But I do also think that, when we look at, we are term limited, right? We only get one shot at this and then we're out. We come in inexperienced and we're going to do this and then we're gone. for the next round. And there's also, many studies that look at term limits for legislators. And one of the prevailing wisdoms that come out of that is that while term limits open pathways for new folks to join the process, they're relatively inexperienced and then ultimately have to rely on interest groups. And I wonder if that's a little bit of what's happening here. And so for myself, I wanted to be really mindful of that. I wanted to uplift, I agree with so much of what has been said here. I wanted to uplift Commissioner Akutagawa's perspective, as well as Commissioner Kennedy. I didn't want to bring specific dates for us here today, because I think we need to talk in general terms. But I actually do agree very much that I think that there's a real opportunity to draw maps before the deadline for draft maps and post them and get plenty of feedback. And as we talked about, I know Commissioner Anderson and I talked for months as we were thinking about the line drawer contract and thinking about, well, what does this process look like? What are the lessons learned from 2010? The lesson that we kept hearing was, make sure you leave more time so that you can go take your draft maps and go back to community and hear about everything that we did wrong. Because undoubtedly, there's going to be a lot of people that don't like our draft maps. And that's okay, right? That's kind of the whole purpose. So if we were to set a deadline in advance of what is set forth in the law, right? And I can share all of those dates with you if you want, right? That would put us at actual line drawing in the month of October, potentially releasing draft maps in early November, so that we have plenty of time to solicit feedback and make changes to those maps, right? I think that there's a lot of potential options in front of us to ensure community feedback. And I think that we can figure this out. And I think, as Commissioner Kennedy said from the very get-go, we don't know when we're getting the legacy data just yet. And so until we have a clearer sense of that, it's all speculation. But it can be informed speculation as we move forward. And I do think we have to continue to lift up the legal component of this to make sure that we are on solid legal footing.
So I have Commissioner Toledo, Vasquez, and Yee.
So I just wanted to touch on something that Commissioner Vasquez spoke about, and that's, we are dealing with people's fundamental right to participate in democracy, their ability to vote, and our timeline will impact that ability to vote, potentially could impact, I should say. And when we started off the conversations with our key stakeholders, we started off with the core value of wanting to be collaborative and wanting to work together to make the timeline work for everyone, so that the paramount fundamental right of the public, of our citizens, of all Californians, is upheld, and so we can have elections where the people of California decide who represent them. And so that's where we went into these conversations with our partners. And so far, from my opinion, and I do have, from my personal perspective, all of the groups have been collaborative and have given their perspectives. We may not all agree with, and some of them might be a little more, a little bit less flexible than others. Some have very strict timelines, but we have to do our internal work of figuring out how we can work on our calendar to be as collaborative as possible with our stakeholders, and ask each one of them to also be to do the same, and to identify areas, and they've been doing this. The legislature, the Secretary of State's office, the local elections registrars, offices of registrar, the local electors offices, and so and others, and all the community-based organizations as well. And so, I think as much as possible, I think we need to continue to have an open conversation with these groups and identify a path forward that protects people's fundamental right to elect who they want. Understanding that the timelines are intersectional and depend on, are interdependent, and we're interdependent with all of these groups and need to come to some decision jointly. And I do believe that if we were to go back to the courts, our strongest, it would be best if we were all aligned on a deadline. So if we all could agree on, if we could agree on our timeline and everybody else can agree on theirs, and we come together, and we make it work, and we go to the court as a joint, as a united front, I think that would be the stronger position, and potentially the stronger position in the public, the stronger position with the court, and the stronger position with the public as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you. First, wanted to apologize to Commissioner Sadwani. I was not implying that you you should not have taken offense to being sideswiped, if I can use that term, or feeling sideswiped, whatever the intent was. Let's focus on impact. To that end, again, I think for me, I'm like trying to push us to be more clear with our language, because I think also when we talk about community and community groups, we're lumping in a wide variety of community groups, and it may be clear to us as a commission, but it's not necessarily clear to the public. And I'm probably going to make some people mad by telling these secrets out of school, but there's a hierarchy in these groups. There's the grass tops groups and there's the grassroots groups. And often they work together, but not always. And we're in this world of, and I'm part of it because I'm employed by a grass tops group. We're part of this nonprofit industrial complex where, that's also about power. Right. And so when we are talking as a commission about working with community and community groups and how we respond to community and how we have conversation with community, for me, it feels important to be a little bit more clear when it makes sense about, we're talking about grassroots groups. And I think this is going to be more important, honestly, again, as we start to actually go into community for feedback, as we start to receive feedback on maps and get communities of interest. When we're talking about the grants, we want the grants to go as close to the ground and to the people as possible. At least that's my understanding. And so that's a very different set of stakeholders than, sort of folks who are representing, I think, larger communities and perspectives and have sort of broader lenses than someone, the neighborhood groups, right? That's just how the hierarchy of information and relationships work. So just also wanted to flag that in the same way that, I want us to be clear when we call ourselves independent, what that means. When we talk about community, I think we should also be clear about sort of what we're talking about when we say community and when we say community groups, because it's not clear. It's not always clear to the public who's not in this space or in these conversations on a regular basis.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Yee?
Yes, really appreciating all the hard work that went into the background for this discussion and then the discussion itself. It's really very, just very engaging as well as very important. And this is why we're here, to talk about these things. Three quick observations. One, for members of the public who might be confused by the term legacy data, I know that may sound like old data. It's not old data. It's legacy format data that the census is promising to put out mid-August. So it'll be the fresh new 2020 census numbers, but in an older format that will take some processing. This whole discussion about interest groups, I think we wanted both and, right? We absolutely want to give the fullest, fairest opportunity for individual citizens to be heard, as well as to encourage and to give full hearing to more organized groups and so forth. The 2010 Commission, I mean, the public input meetings, of course, were mostly designed for individuals to give comment, but there was also, I believe, at least one special session set aside for groups to present. And I don't know how those groups were selected, but you know, they get more time than the 2 or 3 minutes that an individual would have in a meeting. So the hope is both and I believe, and of course that will include us making, you know, a legitimate effort to hear, to discover, to unearth the concerns of groups that are less organized or not even organized, right? But who do have legitimate community of interest concerns that should be reflected in our map. So hopefully that is both and, but not to pretend that, I mean, we've had some groups given an hour of time, right, to present to us. So whereas an individual only gets 2 minutes. So not to pretend that that isn't a distinction we do make. About the deadline. So yes, I mean, the thread of discussion starting with Commissioner Fornashari about the legal considerations there. I mean, that's a hard consideration, I think. You know, that's, you know, the January 28th date, you know, as nice as that is, I mean, if that doesn't have a legal basis, then it's a non-starter. So, and what we've read so far, I mean, the things I've seen, some of the memos and comments, you know, I'm not seeing a promising route to making a strong argument for additional time. Maybe we can come up with one, but so far I'm not seeing that. So, assuming we are in a more end of year deadline situation, I do like the idea of that Commissioner Akutagawa started about perhaps giving ourselves an even earlier deadline, let's say early November, let's say Monday, November 1st for our draft maps. That means a very busy October, right? If we don't get our full redistricting data till September 28th, possibly, probably, then that means we have almost exactly 1 month to actually produce the draft map. So of course, preloading tons of work before that, maybe some pre-draft maps based on ACS data and so forth, tons of community of interest work to really, you know, focus in on the issues that are most knotty or most have highest, you know, demands on judgment and debate over where lines fall. To preload as much of that as possible, yeah, and to come into October just really ready to get those draft maps done. That's the discussion, I guess. Is a month really feasible with a amount of preloaded work that we can actually anticipate? I guess that's the discussion. I think especially getting testimony from or input from our line drawers and our VRA council when that comes in will be very key to making that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Yi. I have Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Sanai.
Well, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to make a decision today. I do think it would be helpful to get direction from the commission, or at least guidance from the commission on our ask, right? Because I certainly do think that we should, at minimum, be asking our stakeholder, our partner, key stakeholders for additional conversations around, or at least more information about the flexibilities that are available to us. Should we need them? Should we, in order to ensure that the elections occur in the way occur in the way that we're protecting people's fundamental rights to vote in June. And so whether we have a specific ask or a general ask, we may want to consider, and it could be as simple as asking the legislature to, because we have not done this, we have not asked the legislature to even have a conversation about potentially looking at other methods of waiving some of the electoral, maybe not we have not asked what the legislature to consider moving the election cycle calendar, but we also haven't asked about other potential waivers that they might have at their disposal to help with making sure that the election does happen. So that's something that we could do, where we're looking at if we're looking at all of our flexibilities, we could ask them to look at all flexibilities, and I'm sure they are, but have that conversation with us as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. I have Commissioner Sinai and then Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I keep going back to what are the legal issues, and you know, in the Supreme Court said if you need to seek further relief in the court, feel free to come back. And that was one of my questions, was why weren't we? And I know in the memo it says that Marion doesn't advise it, that we weren't part of the original lawsuit, and what are we legally asking for? But I think that they did open the door for the Redistricting Commission to come back to them, even if, you don't necessarily always hear a court say, come back if you have more questions. So I think they did open that up directly to the commission. I don't think, and I'm not a lawyer and I'm not pretending to be one, but that's not legalese. That's actually one piece I could understand without looking it up. The other piece that's concerning me, and that I think we're not bringing up as a legal issue, and we do need to talk about as well, is if we agree to use the legacy data, how much does that leave us open for the potential of being sued? Because the census has been very clear that they'll do their best they can. They've got some language around it that they're not standing up behind it as much as the data that's being released later. And I think that's a question that we also need to ask our legal counsel once we've got the full team. And so there are some critical legal questions, and I don't feel that comfortable moving forward until we can actually write down these questions and talk to legal counsel, because I am a strong believer in civic engagement and the promotion of democracy and making sure that people feel that they are part of this process. I'm not that concerned about moving the primary date because I think most people don't know what the primary date is right now. So I think we can move, that argument. I don't want to mess up the November 2022 date. But I do feel that the question of this is a legal issue is a good one, but what are the legal issues that we need some clarification on? And I think that's a point, a place to start.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. Yes, and to start there, Commissioner Sanaya, I think we could actually move the primary all the way to sometime in July before it impacts the general. But beyond that, I don't think that's necessarily what's being asked. A couple of things. I think I want to start when I also want us at some point to have a conversation again about the limitations of the time. Commissioner Yee, you reminded me of it when you brought up the the hour for special groups and then 2 minutes for the other people. The community groups that typically go out into the community and kind of pull together what the community wants and bring forth a synopsis of what they've heard. The alternative, I guess, would be is for community groups to just do turnout, because 2 minutes, that's 30 people. They can do turnout of 300 people, and we'd be there for days listening to all of the various individual voices and what have you. So I think we are going to have to really think about what that should look like and the amount of time that they should be given. Again, I keep being driven by the testimony, by our initial mandate. providing best opportunity for all Californians to participate here, weigh in. I'm really intrigued by the opportunity lifted by Kennedy and others for the, actually, I think it was someone else, Akutagawa talked about the earlier maps and being able maybe to try that on, that conversation to see what that looks like and getting responses that will even provide a better training base for people, et cetera. That's good. But as our driving factor to provide all Californians an opportunity to participate, I also wanted to just name the threat that keeps being lifted as far as our maps being invalidated, whether or not we respond in a manner that legislature wants us to, one way or the other. I really do want at some point to have more conversation about that. I don't think I don't come from the perspective so much so that we have to maintain a law that may or may not still work for Californians. I think we should try to be mindful of it. I appreciate Commissioner Toledo saying, and others, if we're going to go back, we do need to determine what is the just cause, what's the rationale, be really sure that we've done everything else. But the threat, if we, move wrong, if we, whatever, our maps will be invalidated. I would love to have clear cut. These are the taboo, cannot be moved, cannot be. I don't want that to govern all of our conversations. And if this happens, well, then our maps can be invalidated and then our maps can, because I think it even keeps us from having conversation. I think if the law is set and was set at a time that could not have known, there wasn't a such thing at the time of a legacy data, there wasn't the pandemic, a lot of this other information has shifted, then I think we could go back and say what your best thinking was at the time is not working right now for whatever the reasons are. Laws are changed, shifted all the time. And I don't, even when we get our chief counsel on, I'm hopeful that those that are the ones that's coming on is, yes, I'm interpreting the law, but not using it again as something that says that we can't imagine something different and began to push for something that works for today for people currently, as opposed to what was in historically or even 10 years ago. Things are rapidly shifting and changing. And so I want us not to be afraid to explore what would it look like to shift the guidelines we've been given. And I think with all of the due diligence and us trying to include all of the voices that we are, I think we're all doing a really good job trying to make sure that we draw maps that are appreciated by the masses, at least. Nothing will make probably everyone happy. I don't think we should be then punished or made to feel that we can't do our best for fear of, though we are independent, there is some governance over us for doing what I think we were called to do. So I can hear more on that, but it starts to feel like don't think, don't move, don't do anything different about this threat about invalidating maps. And right now we're just having conversations. And so we know we don't want our maps invalidated, but I also don't want us to get to the end of the process for 2030 and anyone else is looking, saying we didn't do all we could because we wanted to be cautious that we didn't have our maps invalidated.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Kennedy and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you, Chair. I go back to the one issue that I think is very clear as far as what harm we might suffer and therefore what standing we might have to take something to the Supreme Court is this question of the time required to process the data. That is a non-zero length of time. We don't know if it's 1 week, 2 weeks, 10 days, whatever, but it is an amount of time that we would otherwise lose from the timeline that the Supreme Court had in mind. So as I said, I think that's where we really need to start from. If we can come up with some other, concrete harm that we as a commission would suffer, or that would give us standing to take something to the Supreme Court, let's have that discussion. But in my mind, we already have that. and I would be happy to move forward with that. The one thing that I really, want to continue to emphasize, we're talking about setting an earlier quote unquote deadline for maps. Are we talking about maps based on ACS data, or are we talking about maps based on actual redistricting data? If we're talking about maps based on actual redistricting data, I want to remind everybody that we are talking about not 4 maps. 4 maps makes it sound very easy. We are talking about 176 discrete districts that we have to draw. That is a lot of work. And I think I did the math at one point and said, if we're lucky and we only take Sundays off, we're looking at having to draw 4 to 5 of those maps per day. Maybe we have 2 hours per map. So please, 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 keep that in mind and imagine us sitting down trying to draw each of these 176 maps in the course of 2 hours. I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you. A couple of thoughts. Just in response to Commissioner Kennedy, I would not recommend drawing maps using ACS data, given the presentation that we had the other day. I mean, I think what that lacks is the ability to go all the way down to the census block level. So then we're drawing it based on estimations that when we're talking about being precise about the lines themselves, I don't think that ACS data ultimately will allow us to get there. But I think your other point of, can we just get feedback on the current maps? That to me is a point well taken. I completely agree with that, especially as it relates to Assembly and Senate. The number of those seats are not changing. So getting feedback on the current maps makes a whole lot of sense to me. And then what I ultimately actually had raised my hand about was Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Sinai's point about let's leave no stone unturned, right? And I think for me, that's why the recommendation in the memo that Commissioner Toledo and I developed was, let's wait and see, right? There's all these legal kind of questions. Let's not close the door on them, but instead, we know that we are ramping up our entire legal team. As we do so, let's have a strategy session and figure out what are our potential options? What would it look like to go back to the Supreme Court if we wanted to? What kinds of legal arguments would we need to make in order to do that? And I wondered also if Marion would, and I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot here, Marion, but if you'd like to just jump in and share a little bit about if we wanted to go back to the Supreme Court and ask for an alternative timeline based upon whatever we decide we want, what might that look like? What would we need to have kind of in our back pocket ready to go?
The problem you're facing is that you're dealing with time that was set up by initiative by the 2 propositions that were passed. And those propositions set out specific time limits for how long you had to do your first draft maps and when you had to complete your mapping process. I don't know of any legal argument that would allow you to expand that time. The only question is, when does the time start to run? The point of going to the court was, back with the Padilla case, was that we thought the census was going to be delayed for so long, and so we wanted the time not to start running until the census data came. So Commissioner Kennedy's point about whether or not you want to consider the legacy data, and if so, it shouldn't be until that data becomes usable. That might be an argument that you still need to have beginning from that after the 2-week or whatever period of time it is. You still should have the amount of time that the initiatives provided to the commission to do its work. I don't see an argument, a legal argument, of how you could say it's not that the initiatives did not give the commission enough time. If you have all the time if you're given all the time that was proposed by the initiatives, you may not think it's enough time, but that's not a legal basis for challenging the amount of time that you have. And that's my dilemma. I'd be happy to answer any questions about that.
Okay, thank you, Marion, for that. I do know that Commissioner Kennedy has something else, but I've been waiting, so I'm just going to go ahead and just my 2 cents. I do think it's valid to hold off this conversation because I do feel once we get our chief counsel and all of the other VRA and litigation, I believe it would be a good strategy to have a strategy session with them to kind of schedule that out and see what it looks like. I really like the idea of getting the getting maps out earlier. I think it's with most of us, and I think we've said it in meetings, it's if you have a blank page, it's kind of hard to provide feedback versus if you have something, at least you have something to respond to and to react to. So I really like that idea of, not waiting until the last day that we're supposed to have our drafts and put something out. Because again, I think that it does make sense that a valuable part of our feedback will be after the draft maps. But then I also feel that we can move up that draft release earlier because I'm hoping and I'm hopeful that quite a bit of the public input would already be in our COI tool if we're doing a great job. And, Commissioner Anderson is great at advertising, hey, go out there and put it in the COI tool. You don't even have to come to public input meeting, which is great. I'm just reminding everyone that's out there as well. Sometimes when I hear some communities say, I think in our public input meeting yesterday, oh, we're waiting for you to go back to our communities. Don't wait, go to your communities, let them know to put in the public input. We've got a tool that's set up for that. I know there's other things other activities that they're waiting for as well, which I truly appreciate. So I will go to Commissioner Kennedy, but I think it's been a great conversation. And I just feel like we need to really make a decision on how much further we need to discuss. I think everyone's had a chance to provide their input, and we do need to provide direction, obviously, to the subcommittee. So, my opinion is let's hold off. There's still time. My other opinion is I agree with Commissioner Kennedy and Ms. Johnson that I think the only piece we can argue will be the 1 to 2 weeks extra that it takes to the extra time that's going to take with this legacy. I'm still a little upset about deciding to take the legacy data. I wish we would have just waited until the PL, because then we wouldn't have to worry about there potentially being issues with this legacy data, and that I'm not comfortable with. So I think that's it. I'm just going to let it go, and I'm going to pass it on to Commissioner Kennedy, and then Commissioner Turner, I think, was right after.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, looking at the Padilla decision again, it seems like part of the reason we find ourselves in this, and I'm reading a very interesting book entitled Upstream about anticipating problems. No one anticipated, as one of the other commissioners said, no one anticipated the existence of legacy data. All everyone was thinking about was there's the PL 94-171 and that's it. If the decision had been based on the date on which the commission received the data, there would be no doubt as to what the timeline is. But because the decisions based on when the data are received by the state, then we have this added issue of the time required for additional processing that was not part of the 2010 timeline, was not anticipated by the court last year. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Turner?
I just think I had a question. Did we adopt the legacy data? I didn't think we had just yet. Okay.
Good point. Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
We have not formally adopted it. So one of the recommendations of the memo is to formally adopt the data. The reasoning that we have behind that. And certainly that's something we can discuss. I don't see us doing that today, but I could be wrong. But in conversations with, in particular with a statewide database, looking at the memo that they sent to us, as well as in that meeting that was held, Karen McDonald reported that this is, for all intents and purposes, the PL94 data, just not in the format that they would otherwise send it. The memo that she had laid out for us some months ago, and it's linked within the memo that we prepared for you all today, laid out the usability of that data, and in particular that the state of California has the infrastructure from the statewide database as well as the state demographer to receive, format, and handle that data. And so I do think that if we're going to go to the courts and say, we can't use the legacy data, we're going to have a good reason as to why we can't, because we've received documentation that it would be usable. And so I think that if we want to say that we won't use it, that's one strategy. I don't know how well that's going to hold up for us in the long term. Again, I think this comes back to ultimately being a legal issue if we don't use it. It could be a legal issue if we do use it. So I think that we're going to need some strategy on this as well. Certainly, if other states are deeming the legacy data usable, as redistricting is an activity that's going to have to occur in all 50 states, we're going to have a really good reason of why we don't think it's usable, given all of the infrastructure that we have here to handle it.
Okay, and then we'll have one. Thank you, Commissioner Sadlani. One more comment from Commissioner Toledo, and then we can move forward to what you need.
So in that, I in reading the Michigan court case that they're pushing forward, they talk about the risks of accepting the legacy data and the balancing act, the balance that they had to make. And so, as well as, and part of that is, so they, in my understanding and my reading of it is, or the history of it is that they've accepted the legacy data to begin work on some of the map drawing, but have given themselves the discretion to, or are pushing rather, to not, until there's a reconciliation of the official data from the census and the state data. So they're essentially saying, what if, because the risk is, what if the data is not perfect, or doesn't match, rather, just to be exact, doesn't match the federal census data numbers. So if the state numbers don't match those federal numbers, then that would leave them in a precarious situation. So they're basically tying it to the reconciliation of the receipt of the federal numbers, and at that point, if the data is correct, then using the legacy moving forward for their map drawing. So there is some tension. I mean, I don't think it's as clear cut. I think we're a little bit more comfortable in California because we have Karen McDonald and her and just one of the best line drawers in the country, and the depth of knowledge in the state of California through Caltech and the UC Berkeley. So we're more comfortable with moving forward with the data, but that doesn't mean that there might not be errors and that the reconciliation isn't important. In fact, the reconciliation is part of that process and making sure that the data is correct. And so I just wanted to bring that up and highlight Commissioner Fernandez's point.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Okay, we have Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Anderson.
So in regards to the legacy data, because I know that's a conversation we need to have, it seems to me when we first heard of the legacy data that it was presented in a manner that said it may take up to 4 weeks, is what I recall, in order to be able to translate the data. And then we learned that it was 2 weeks, and then we learned that it was 1 week. So I still have healthy skepticism over the legacy data. I'd like to know, is it being worked on before we've approved it, or why the change? Why is it 4 weeks to 3 weeks to 2 weeks? I'm curious about the legacy data too, and I'm wondering, about interests of those that would prefer us to use it and thus move the timeline as opposed to just utilizing the PL data when it comes forth. And so we're not talking about the shifting date, but I also have questions about that in trying to determine should we be using the legacy data or not.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. And I do recall the presentation. They had initially said they anticipated 2 weeks to do whatever they need to do with the legacy data, and then 4 weeks for all of the other, whatever they need to do with the data. That included, part of it included like the incarcerated people. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, thank you everyone for this wonderful conversation. And yes, Commissioner Turner, and basically they did say the 2 week, this is a statewide database, said there's the 2 week to filter, verify the data such that it gets to the point where it would be at the same level as if it was straight the PL91 data. And then after that, for prisoner reallocation, it takes about a month, which is the 4 weeks. So that's why the 4 week kept on talking about that. It was the 2 week window to work with the legacy data. My understanding is that, well, so there's that. What I would recommend, because there are legal issues which we do not quite define. We're trying to define them, but we don't have answers for. We still have more questions about. Also, virtually every day, the census data is putting out more data and more refined. It seems like they're getting all their people who had been shifted to doing reapportionments at different times are now actually back doing their regular jobs, and it's like data's coming at us very quickly now. So I think it's going to get more exact. And so what I kind of recommend here is that we do to our legal group here that is asking for a recommendation, is that we do sort of they're recommending we essentially quote wait and see. It's not quite just the wait and see, but please come back to us with what actually are the legal issues. Who do we need to then address those with? And we need to get more information from the statewide database. So that's what I would like to see on this. I totally agree. Right now, we cannot say, great, we'll take January 28. We cannot do that right now. We don't have the understanding. We don't know what that would mean. It's like taking an arbitrary date. And while I loved Commissioner Vasquez's whole description of the integration, yes, we're independent, but we're not in a vacuum. You know, we have to, there are certain players who we're totally dependent upon, you know, the Census Bureau, and we want to have people's input, and we want people to be able to vote on these maps. So, which leads go back to the map height. So that's my recommendation, is that we say, yes, let's go with the wait and see, provided you ask for this additional information and plan to come back to us with. As far as the draft maps early, great idea, but I want those to be good quality maps, which is why I'm saying, please, everyone out there, you're realizing, whoa, this is really important. We're talking about the January 28th date. Now that we have your attention, please use that COI tool and give us as much information as you want. You know where your communities are. This is true. This does not mean, oh, everyone understands redistricting. We don't understand redistricting. I've never done this before, but I do understand what's involved in creating maps and drawing and the looking ahead, which is why Commissioner Sadwani, we were saying, we can do early maps, but we want those good quality maps, and we cannot do that if the community waits for the maps to be drawn. Then it's like we could draw something now. That's like, well, what the heck? And that's not it. We want the community input. And it doesn't mean we're going to get everybody, but so all the groups who have connections here, start your people putting those in. If they start looking at the COI maps, it will be a process that they have, oh, now I understand. And then their information will be on that draft map. We can move that up There are a couple of other, I do love Commissioner Kennedy's idea of what do you like about your district right now? What do you not like? And specifically, don't just think, well, the line is here. If there was information about why that line was not drawn someplace else, we need to know that information too. Because we might say, oh, sure, we'll divide. Well, I don't have a good example right now, but, like a freeway. Yeah, that freeway was there for a reason, and say, but we don't want it there. Okay, but why did you not want it someplace else? Because, oh no, you can't do that. So that's the information we could get if we go around with the districts, which is a great idea. But I agree with Commissioner Sadwani. We have to use the current information, and we could move the draft maps up early. I do have one question to Marion. If we move the drafts up early, that does not change it. Please refresh everyone's memory here. The date of the draft doesn't then cause sequencing for anything else, does it?
That's correct.
Great. Okay. Then yes, we can easily move that draft up early, but only if we get everyone's input in. And it's still 176 maps. Brace yourself, everybody.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We've got about 12 minutes left before our lunch break. Commissioner Kennedy, I was trying to move forward here.
I wanted to maybe tantalize people, give you just something to think about, not to discuss. A best case scenario for us, which I would love to see happen. The apportionment data came out 4 days earlier than we expected. If the reapportionment data come out a week before we expect them, then we have a data received date of 9 August. We have a data reformatted date of approximately 19 August. We have data submitted to the commission of approximately 16 September. We would have a preliminary draft maps posted deadline of 10 November. We could do it earlier, but 10 November. If it is 10 November, the public review period would close out before Thanksgiving. And then we would have until Christmas Eve, until the 24th of December, to finish the process. So, that's just a best case scenario. If the data happen to arrive in the state a week early, I think we're looking at, what could be a fairly comfortable scenario.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think we're at a point we need to provide direction to the subcommittee. Commissioner Sadwani and Toledo, did you want to lead that discussion?
So what I'm hearing is that commissioners are asking for some kind of legal memo with our options and detailing, and have it in writing. I think it'd be good for us to have our legal memo, because we've heard from Marion, but maybe having it written out in terms of our options, and we can determine whether we want to have that as attorney privilege or if we want to have that as a transparent document. At this point, it makes sense to have it open, since we want to be transparent around these issues. Then to bring back, to gather more additional information about possible options with our stakeholders, and not just the legislature and the Secretary of State and our local elected elections officials, but also the database, the statewide database, and their timing issues, and I think, and to continue to be collaborative, right, and to get input through this process and bring it back to the full commission in a transparent manner. So that's what I'm saying, Commissioner Sadwani, and hearing.
Yeah, I think that's right. I guess just for clarity, is this legal memo that y'all would like to see an outline of potential potential courses of action in terms of those dates and the legal ramifications of them. Am I hearing that correctly? And if so, I would just say I'm happy to also receive input, perhaps through Marion or some other channel, from the Gantt chart committee that I know has also thought a lot about the time frame and timelines, as Commissioner Kennedy just kind of outlined as well. Is that correct? And also in terms of the time frame of receiving such a memo, next meeting or after we have Chief Counsel on board and litigation counsel? I guess just a little bit more clarity of that next step, I think, would be really helpful. And I would also just say, I am certainly of the belief, I think one of the callers was saying, don't wait. And I very much agree that I don't think we should have us be holding off from collecting communities of input information. We should most certainly be moving forward and beginning those hearings or meetings, or however we want to call them, as in the very near future.
Okay, thank you. Right before I get to you, Commissioner Anderson, my opinion is that we wait for the Chief Counsel, because this is, it's something that the Chief Counsel needs to be involved with, and we should have his or her opinion and research on it. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I was saying what I envision this memo is actually to have the holes in it of this is what we don't know. This is what we don't know. Not say, oh, here are all our answers. This is, like, these are the things we do know and we don't know, which is why we can't go here. That sort of scenario, because there'll be holes in here. And then the idea is, who do we need to talk to fill those holes? Where can this information come from? Some of it might be that the California State Supreme Court. There's several options with our council. We might be able to resolve that. This statewide database. That's how I'm kind of envisioning just a little bit more of a layout. Here, this was a great document. It had lots of robust information, more of a now filtered.
Commissioner Kennedy or Commissioner Toledo, are you responding? And I have Commissioner Kennedy also.
Commissioner Kennedy first, and then I can.
Thanks. And you may be able to answer what I'm about to say. Yes, Chief Counsel should be involved as soon as possible. I'd like the delay in order for Chief Counsel to be involved to be as short as possible. So, once we have a formal acceptance, salaries negotiated, et cetera, I'm hoping that's not going to take the entire 2 weeks that we expect, between now and the time Chief Counsel starts. So is there a way after there's a formal acceptance, even if it's before the 2 weeks has run out, to share this with Chief Counsel? Thanks.
In terms of timelines, well, certainly for the hiring of the Chief Counsel, Commissioner Anderson and I are doing reference checks. So we're hoping to do those today, actually, and then shortly thereafter we'll be contacting the candidate if everything is good, and working with Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Ahmed on compensation and the app and the offer process. So certainly, I think, and I would hope or want Executive Director Hernandez to chime in. Certainly, I think we can't require that anyone work before they're hired, but if this is an area where the applicant may want to become involved a little bit earlier on a pro bono basis, that might be possible. On a volunteer basis is probably the better word for it. But I would want to hear from Commissioner, from Executive Director Hernandez, because there may be some government, and for Miriam, there may be some government regulations that prevent that.
And before I go to Executive Director Hernandez, I just want to remind everyone that we do have a meeting scheduled for May 4th on Tuesday. So we could potentially finalize what we're talking about right now. So, Executive Director Hernandez.
Yeah, we can ask, but we can't require them to do any of the work before they're actually hired. We can at least put it out there that is what they will begin on day one. That way they know what to expect on that first day.
And Commissioner Sadwani.
And I'm hoping this is a wrap-up comment on my part. But, I think hearing all of this, I think what does make sense is kind of as Commissioner Anderson was suggesting, perhaps laying out the various scenarios that we have discussed today, including the January 28th suggestion from many groups who have called in, including many of the other scenarios that we've discussed today. An August 9th drop of census data is included, and laying out what are some of the open questions about any of those, so that we as a commission can have that, but also it can almost serve as an onboarding memo for our chief counsel, so they can have a brief of really the kinds of conversations we've had, and hopefully be pretty specific about the kinds of questions we have for them once they get started. And I'm assuming also working with Marion in that capacity as we figure out that relationship.
Okay. Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner
So in addition to that, I think it would be helpful, I think, given all of the community input, both in favor and opposed, to explore the questions about whether there's a legal argument to be made, because it doesn't certainly our counsel doesn't believe that there is an argument at this point based in terms of community's ability to give input, but might there be so why to develop that a little bit further and try to understand what the best argument would be for that, and even if it's not a strong one, so that we know what the argument would be, and would be able to weigh that as well. So we would want to at least understand, given all of the public feedback on that issue, whether it's even possible to take that into consideration, or how to weigh that a little bit better. Because at this point, it doesn't look like we'll be able to, but potentially, we should at least look at that issue a little bit more and delve into it and analyze it and have a memo on it.
Okay, thank you. We are at time right now. And I think, is everyone in agreement in terms of moving forward, as Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Toledo have mentioned? Again, I want to thank both of you for doing just an outstanding job pulling all this information, meeting with the stakeholders. It is a sensitive, and people can become very passionate about it. So thank you so much. And yes, we are independent. So just a reminder to all of us. Everyone's okay with that? Let me do a thumbs up. Okay. So we will move forward. So thank you so much again. We'll move forward with that. We are going to break for lunch, and please be back at 1:45. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to continue on this journey of getting through the subcommittees. We have, as far as I'm aware, Commissioner Sadwani and Toledo, we are done with 9A, correct? Yes? Okay, great. So we're moving on to 9B, Finance and Administrations, Commissioner Fernandez and Fornashari. Commissioner Fornashari?
I don't think we have anything. No, nothing to report.
No, but I don't want to say anything. Oh, the only thing I did want to follow up on, Executive Director Hernandez, if you could please I sent an email yesterday or the day before asking for, what was I asking for? Oh, the transcripts, because I've noticed that there haven't been any transcripts that have been uploaded. So if we could please find out what's going on with that.
Okay, we're still working on that, but I will get back to you.
Okay, thank you. And we're moving on to 9C, the Gantt chart, Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor. Commissioner Kennedy.
Nothing further to report after this morning's discussion. Once we have a little more clarity, I can go back in and update the Gantt chart.
I guess you can't hear me when I said that. Thank you. I'm sitting here talking to myself. Okay, 9D is the VRA compliance, Commissioner Sadwani and Yi.
I don't think we have anything more to update. Commissioner Yi?
I think so. We hope that the report from Eric McGee was helpful to everyone. And, we'll continue to digest what he presented as we think about our maps.
And the VRA Council, I think that contract is being worked on, and Commissioner Toledo will give that update as a part of legal affairs.
That's all.
Commissioner Anderson?
I have a quick question. If the subcommittee could please look at and maybe bring back to us the idea of starting just for general viewing, not working with, but the CVAP maps before we get council on, get that rolling now. So when council, we might have so when council does come aboard, we can actually be ready to go. If you could, the subcommittee could look into that.
It's a good thought. We'll look into it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And item 9E, outreach and engagement, Commissioner Sinai and Fornashari.
I'll go. I think Commissioner Sinai is chewing. So let's see. We kind of are at a transition point in education and outreach stage here, transitioning to public input. We're still obviously continue our education program, but we're looking at transition to begin to really push to get COI input, and in looking at ways to do that. We have this idea of a COI blitz where we can engage community partners, as trusted messengers and kind of train the trainer ideas to work through them to get them to generate input for the process. So we're working on that. It's probably going to be closely connected with the grant making process and what that ends up looking like. More to come over the next couple of weeks on exactly, what the thought is and how that's going to roll out. I didn't know. We have the labor panel coming up on what date? I forgot the date.
The 14th, I believe.
14th, I thought
May
it was.
14th. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so that'll probably be the last panel that we bring forward, I think. And that's kind of where we're at. Did I capture it all? Okay. Any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Agenda item F is language access. It's Commissioner Kitagawa and myself, and Commissioner Kitagawa is not back yet. So we have biweekly meetings with our outreach staff. And right now, just want to make sure everyone's aware that translated materials are online, which is very exciting for us. And we just continue to have discussions regarding language access, and also we bring forward information to the public. What is it? Public Input Design Committee meetings. Any questions with that? Okay, we'll move on to 9G is materials development. Commissioners Fernandez and Kennedy. Commissioner Kennedy.
Just to say that I think at this point, you and I have started talking about sitting down with the redistricting basics presentation one more time and some of the other materials just to go over and make sure. I mean, we have small things like updating the language about how many U.S. House seats California has, and the fact that we already know now how many we will have in the future. So there are a few minor updates that we need. I guess we would like to get an update from staff on the status of the paper COI tool form.
Yes, Director Ceja?
Yep. So we did chat about that with yourself and Chair Fernandez. So I made the changes and I just shot it over back to both of you to make sure that I captured it correctly. We can meet one more time before we present it to the full commission and then send it off to the printer.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Sinai, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, the part of the COI blitz that we're envisioning is to actually shift, go to the intermediate, redistricting intermediate that focuses more on communities of interest. And so we have been sharing some ideas with Freddie, but just wanted to plant that bug in your ear as well, to just start looking at moving that way so we can, it's focused on getting people to actually to do the action, not just learn.
Great, thank you. Any questions on that? Okay, we're moving right along to 9H, which is the website. Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor, but so Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay, I have gone through, or I am going through the website. I've got a few things that I need to discuss with Commissioner Taylor first, and then we can come up with some further recommendations.
Any questions regarding the website? Okay, we're moving on to
Commissioner Yee.
Oh, Commissioner Yee, sorry. I was just anxious.
No problem. Just a quick note, not our website, but the auditor's website and the Shape California's Future, the old selection website that we all went through, that's down now. I just found that out. Maybe you already knew that, but
yeah, that I had brought that up at the last meeting and asked Director Ceja to liaise with the auditor's office to see if there's a way to get that content for our website. So he has said that we have the capability of posting the information. It's just a question of getting in touch with the auditor's office and actually getting the material so that we can put it on our website.
Very good. Sorry, old news. My bad.
Well, not old news, because some of us may not have known that. So thank you. Director Ceja?
Yeah, so it is not old news because there was an article about that today from the California Globe blasting the auditor's office for having broken links. So it's not just us that are asking for that website to come back up. Raul did check in with the auditor's office, or working to get us at least the initial applications for all the commissioners, so we can add that to our website. It would be nice to have the whole website up, but if there are additional items you want to transfer over, let myself or Raul know, and we'll make sure we get that information. And just wanted to mention briefly that in the conversation with the LA City Redistricting Commission, they were boasting about our website. And I'm not just saying that because I created it, but they said everything makes sense, all the information makes sense, and it makes it very easy for people to follow along, to the point that they want to redesign their website to mirror ours. So that's awesome.
That is awesome. And that's wonderful news. And it is a great website. So thank you. And I have Commissioners Kennedy and Fornashari, I believe.
Okay. Mr. Ceja, if I understand you correctly, you're looking for the application materials for the current commissioners, or for the entire applicant pool, or for the 35 that went into the random draw?
Just the current commissioners for our website.
Okay, so when the first 8 sat to review for the remaining applications, we were given all of that material. So I have all of that material on my computer. I transferred it over from the old computer to this computer. So if you need that, I can provide it.
So I think in addition to that, I mean, you know, we talked about archival interests with the information and all the deliberations that the first 8 did. I don't know if we have that now, but we should have that on our website too, because the auditor's office hosted all those meetings.
Great points. And there possibly could be some press releases, I believe, when the first 8 were appointed. That might have already been transferred over. I did ask for that to be transferred over. Commissioner Anderson?
And also the training for the different phases of line drawing and how to look at all that. That was very, very valuable and would be extremely helpful for any onboarding. I was actually trying to share that with people, and then all of a sudden it was gone. So, and there were 2 sessions, what they trained the advisory panel, and then training the first 8. So they're slightly different. So that would be very good to have over.
Commissioner Kennedy?
If it's going to help to have a letter from the subcommittee to the auditor's office, I'm happy to draft that.
Okay, great. And they, so just Director Sehat and Executive Director Hernandez, if you do need a letter, if you can please reach out to Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor for that. Thank you. Any other questions regarding website? Okay, we're going to move on then to 9I, which is data management. Commissioners Ahmad and Turner, and hopefully everyone had a chance to download the document that was posted. So I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first, you all have heard the update from earlier today that the position for the data manager has been established. So that is going to move forward, hopefully pretty quickly. So that's great news to start with. Commissioner Turner and I have posted a document for your review. I'm hoping everyone had a chance to look at that document. This is a high-level overview of what our recommendation is in terms of a data management software. We have met with USDR and our line drawers multiple times to go over the pros and cons of various platforms that exist out there. We're looking for something that's off the shelf, not looking to create something from scratch. And we have landed on the recommendation of purchasing a pro license for Airtable. And then we will be working, if that is approved by the commission, we will then work with USDR to start building out that database, which we were told will be relatively quickly, so we can have a skeleton format and start testing out how that input, whether it be from the COI tool, whether it be from snail mail, whether it be from verbal testimony, how that input will land into that centralized database that will be accessible to the commissioners and to the public. Commissioner Turner, am I forgetting anything else?
No, I think that's all we need for an update.
Okay, and I know in some of the previous meetings, you all had given us the blessing to go forward with the data management piece, but Commissioner Turner and I felt the need to bring this forward as we are looking to start some expenditures on this. The pro license is $20 per month per user, so it's extremely less expensive than we were anticipating. And staff, we're going to lean on staff and the data manager that we hire to determine the number of users for that and how it will be accessed based with our internal data management team as well as the line drawers. So that is our recommendation. We're here for questions from commissioners, and after that, we are ready to make a motion.
Okay, so I see Commissioner Sinai.
Thanks. I think this recommendation is great. My only concern is that relatively quickly doesn't really give us a lot. Do we have a better sense of the timeline, or can we get a timeline with a more concrete timeline?
A timeline for what?
For when it'll be built and up and going, so that we can do the other things we want to do with the data.
At this point, I am not comfortable giving a date as to when it will be up and running. This is the first step in getting that process moving forward. And once we have run our internal tests to see how that data flow works, we'll be able to better determine what that timeline will look like. But unfortunately, at this time, I'm not comfortable providing a date.
So, Commissioner Ahmad, when your estimated timeline on the document, is that's something we can refer to now in terms of estimates?
Sure. Yeah. Right. You can refer to the estimates, and this is based off the expertise from our partners on this. But again, it was very intentional that we didn't put a date on there.
I get it.
We all know things shift and change, so we just wanted to make sure we account for that.
Great. Commissioner Fornashari and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, this is great. Looks great. Yeah, outstanding. This version of Airtable, you have, I think, unlimited bases, right? With this level, and so I mean, because we're talking about using Airtable for the outreach thing we're building, and if we're gonna build a queuing system for our public input meetings, that might be in Airtable too. So I was just wondering if this license could be applied to all those things, and I think it can, but no.
Yeah. I think my recommendation, and we still will need to talk about that in conjunction with the table that they're building for the other queuing purposes, is to keep this one pure. Our understanding is that it's not unlimited. There's a records limit space of 50,000, and we do have plans. Should we start to approach that number for getting a secondary license, but we would not want to go in using the same license for the queuing system.
Okay, thank you for that. And then Commissioner Sadwani.
Thanks. I feel like you have said this before, so I just wanted to confirm, but and now I've lost the memo in front of me, but you have on here ability to make restricted views of data publicly available. And just remind me, does that mean like the system is set up in such a way that if we can link it to our website, when we receive an input into Airtable, it can automatically be generated onto our website from the perspective of making sure all of the input we receive is publicly available? Is that what that means? Or would, after we input it into Airtable, would we secondarily have to post it to the website? So is it auto-generated, or do we have to?
So I think this tool, the reason why we landed on it is because it can be, let me figure out the right word. It can be displayed online without replicating it. So there won't be an additional touch to the data from the database to make it available for the public. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was asking, and that's really super exciting news.
Any other? I do have a question. You've probably, I'm gonna say the same thing Commissioner Sadwani said. You probably already mentioned this, but so will I'm trying, like in my head, I'm just trying to get it all together. Will the public input from the COI tool automatically feed into the database that we're going to build, or how will that information, I mean, is it going to be like almost like a real time, coming into the system, or do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, no, my dream would be to get an API from statewide database that connects the COI tool directly to Airtable. And then as you punch in that data into the COI tool, it will automatically move over to Airtable. I'm not a tech expert. I won't pretend to be one. So that's where we're leaning on USDR and statewide database, their technical side of the team, to give us the information if that is possible. Currently, what we have learned is that it's more batch loads. Sorry, I forgot the spelling. It's more batch loads that will jump into Airtable, but again, this is our opportunity to try something differently and use some of the new technology that's out there to expedite and make our processes more efficient. So as soon as we learn more, we'll definitely bring that forward.
Great, thank you. Are there other questions for the data management? This is actually exciting news. So at this point, Marian, do we need to have a motion to move forward with the Airtable? Is Marian here?
I think you could leave that just up to staff if you direct staff to do it.
Okay, is everyone okay with just moving forward with that? Okay, great. So thank you so much. Great update, love it. Okay, so now we're going to J. 9J is grants. It's Commissioners Akutagawa and Lamons.
Good afternoon.
Oh, he's here. Great.
Yes,
okay.
I'm here. Good afternoon. So we're prepared to give an update. As you all know, we entered into this process pioneering our approach to expand community involvement at a grassroots level and really support those efforts through this process. And we thought we had it all sorted out, having talked about it for months and explored various paths. And the hangups, I know you've probably been wondering what is going on with that subcommittee, because we've been deferring each meeting to the subsequent meeting with regard to a more substantive update. So what we were grappling with was this question of our authority as a commission to actually grant. And so we have consulted with, we've gotten advice, legal advice from multiple sources to support the new recommendation, which is to go with an RFP. So we're going to need to go with an RFP process. So there was also, what is the path to make this happen? So we're in the process right now of putting together that draft RFP, working with staff, and plan to have I'm hoping as early as tomorrow, a draft scope of work that we can put forward. So there's two things that we think is really important because of the seemingly complexity of this process, as well as being very, very intentional and direct about what we're asking a contractor who would be dispensing this money on our behalf, making sure that we're very, very clear in what the work product on the back end needs to be. So our goal is to have it posted a draft scope of work for the commission's review. We will also agendize it so that we can have a robust discussion about it, as well as have the public be able to weigh in on it as well. And depending upon how, and we're trying to do that as early as the series of meetings attached to May 13th. And then depending upon how far we get and the discussion itself will dictate whether or not there'll be any formal action taken at that time. We're not wanting to rush this as much as we understand that timing is of the essence. We feel like it's going to be very important that commissioners fully understand and feel like they've had appropriate buy-in and support to what the final scope of work will look like, as well as the public. So I know some of the feedback we've gotten in the past is that, people don't have enough time to really digest and feel comfortable with a full understanding of the process before the process sort of moves ahead. So we're really managing for that as well, while keeping in mind that we still need to move expeditiously on this process because it's several steps in order to get the resources to the community so that the work can be done. What we anticipate is the primary focus of the work is going to be at the map response level. So it's not going to be a high emphasis on this early education piece that we've been doing ourselves. That's not going to be the primary focus of the work. It's going to be more focused on the community involvement for feedback with the draft maps and any subsequent follow-up maps. So that's where we are. It's a little bit more information. Again, you can anticipate our goal, I'll know better tomorrow, whether we're going to be able to have that draft scope of work ready to post in time for that May 13th meeting. No, I'm sorry, take that back. It will be posted. Our goal is to get it posted as early as possible to give commissioners as much time and the public as much time to review it prior to that next series of meetings. So that's where we are.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's the direction is different, I guess, than my understanding. I thought it was more, the outreach was more for the public input prior to the maps, like the educational phase. And so I guess it's a little different than what I thought. Any questions from commissioners?
I'll just say that's not in stone, of course. And because we also have to manage this against timing, right? So we've got to get the most result for the money as to where we are in the process. So we're already in May, might as well say, right? Saturday's May. So we're going to be moving. And I think considering the robust discussions we've had earlier today about the possibility of even moving what we might do sooner, I think it's got to be, I guess the long and short of it is going to have to be aligned with our timetable. So that'll influence the scope, but it is going to focus more on really getting that feedback to the maps, which is what's really, really important, right, in our work. So, but again, that's not in stone, and that's why we want to give commissioners as much time to review the scope ahead of time and provide, and we're going to set aside enough time in the agenda to have robust discussion about it, and again, also be able to get any feedback from the community as well.
Okay, I had Commissioner Sinai and then Toledo. Are you passing, Commissioner Sinai? Okay, Commissioner Toledo.
No, I was just remembering that the timeline that was proposed back in January had us releasing funds, I believe, if our memory serves me, in March, and correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm just wondering, when we come back with the package, when would you anticipate, and maybe this is too early, I don't know, but I'm just wondering, when would the release of funds be in a revised budget to the community groups or to the foundation? Or if the subcommittee has thought about that.
Well, we certainly have thought about the impact of the previous timeline to the current one. And I'm going to respond quite like Commissioner Ahmed, and I'm not comfortable addressing the timeline at this time for a direct release, but that will be a part of that discussion in our next series of meetings.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course.
Commissioner Sinai?
Commissioner Lamont, if there are ideas on how, well, let me put it this way. You know, the libraries are going to be critical for the community of interest input over summer, especially in rural areas. If, you know, is there a way to have a conversation with the grants committee to see how we can support that over the summer versus, you know, wait to support them at the map drawing?
Absolutely. I would say if there's any strong requests as it relates to focus, to send that to staff. And then that way it could, even if it's put down as discussion points, because again, none of this scope is moving forward until we've had the discussion I've described.
Right.
And so I think that that will be the time. But if you have some strong desires now, I would say move those forward, send them to the Director of Outreach, Ms. Kaplan and Raul, and they will make sure that at least they're noted in that in the documentation that's going to come forward. And then we'll have that discussion at that time. So I think that's a very good point you're raising. And again, we're going to have to look at what are our priorities. Some things will be specific based upon that operation, like libraries, where the summer is the optimal time. You know, how does that impact what we're doing? How does that impact timelines? So I think those are all considerations for that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lamont. We will move on to 9K, Communities of Interest, Commissioners Kitagawa and Kennedy. So Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. We did receive a report that we requested from the statewide database regarding the Communities of Interest tool. So as far as statistics, there were, as of earlier this week, 221 registered users of the Communities of Interest tool, from which 167 submissions had been received. They have chatted with 34 individuals via the chat function. And so far there is one submission in Spanish. The remainder are in English. They've had no phone calls for support. As far as FAQs, apparently there are quite a few account verification emails ending up in people's spam folders, but statewide database does not have any way to override, internet mail providers, spam filters, and so forth. So it doesn't seem that there's a whole lot we can do for that, other than to advise people to check their spam folders to see if their account verification email has landed there. They are continuing to recruit staff for the access centers. The statewide database and their legislative counterparts have asked to be added to the agenda for our May 24th and 25th meeting. I believe that's on the agenda document. Now, as far as the issue of a heat map showing where communities of interest input is coming from, the response from statewide database is that that is not something they are offering. So this may be something that we need to take up with the data management team or find some other way. But we continue to believe that it would be very helpful for us to be able to show the public the areas in the state from which we are receiving communities of interest input through the online tool.
Thank you. Commissioner Furnishari.
Yeah, Commissioner Kennedy, did you get a chance to talk with the statewide database about the content of the email that gets sent back to the people who put COI input? I don't know if you recall, but last meeting, while we were having the meeting, I submitted it. The website was wrong, and it also said there were going to be several attachments, but only the PDF was attached.
Okay, I have not yet, but I will pick that up and get back to the one.
I think I forwarded you that email. Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy, when the statewide database, when they said that something they're not offering, does that mean they have the capability? You may not know. Does that mean they do have the capability or don't have the capability? And if they do have the capability, it's just not something they're offering?
That I do not know. I will remind colleagues that the whole idea of the communities of interest tool is something that was developed before this 2020 commission was established. It was discussed, negotiated between statewide database and the legislature. I have asked on multiple occasions for any documentation as to scope of work or anything, and I've been told that there is no such documentation that we'd be able to get, so can't help you.
Okay, interesting. It's interesting there wouldn't be a statement of work if you're giving someone funding to create something. You would think that there would be some sort of deliverables. So interesting. Thank you, though. I appreciate you bringing that forward. Any other questions for Community of Interest tool? Commissioner Anderson looks perplexed.
Yeah, that's certainly not the understanding that we had in discussions. I'm wondering why. Is it a distinction of roles? Is it no tough? Could you give us a little more feedback of that's just, this is what we're doing, these three things, that's that?
The response was, in terms of the map showing the areas covered by submissions, this is not something the statewide database is offering. This may be a question that you intended to direct to Haystack/Q2 as part of the line drawing RFP. Well, it would not have been something that I would have posed to Q2 and Haystack. If anything, I think it is something that our data management team might be able to assist us with.
Yeah, no, this is okay. This is a question of role then. Okay, and we'll continue that conversation with the line drawers.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
What Commissioner Kennedy is saying is exactly what they said to me way back when I did the first, when we did the first play, when we played with the COI tool the first time and gave them input, and I asked about a heat map and can we do it? They said, you can do whatever you want, but that part is going to fall on the commission, not on us. We just do the tool. So what Commissioner Kennedy is saying is, accurate, that we do need to think how we are going to do it with the database and the website subcommittees.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I think this is a line drawer question. In the proposal that Q2 Haystack had sent us, they had in it that they would create I think they referred to it as a pin map, not a heat map, but ultimately whatever we want, right? I'm assuming whatever we want. So I do think it's that the Q2 Haystack team would develop it as a part of their contract with us, not statewide database.
Yeah,
that was my understanding.
And there is it's the way the contract actually reads is they will work with a contractor. So it covers, and that's part of the continuing the line drawer exactly. So who's exactly doing what? And so we requested the information from statewide database. Now we will go back and talk to the line drawer with the data management as well. So that's certainly something that we will bring up with the line drawers and then proceed, because it is part of the contract.
Okay, any other questions for Community of Interest tool? Okay, we're moving on to 9L is cybersecurity. Commissioners Furnishari and Taylor. So Commissioner Furnishari.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, nothing substantial to report other than just think about password and password protection, strong passwords. Probably not the best idea to write your password on a Post-it note and then take a picture of your computer and share that. Just a thought.
Okay, I better take it down then. Any questions for cybersecurity? Thank you for the useful information. Okay, 9M is incarcerated So we opted to split out incarcerated populations. One is state and local facilities, which is Commissioner Sinai and myself, and then another one is for federal facilities, which is Commissioners Kennedy and Turner. Commissioner Kennedy, did you have a question for the cybersecurity?
No, this is a point of clarification on this.
Oh, what? Okay.
There
So
was
we're
a
going-
proposal. There was a proposal to set up a separate subcommittee on federal facilities. I was chair at the time and did not act on that suggestion. So what we have is Commissioner Turner and I acted as an ad hoc drafting committee to draft a letter to Senator Padilla, which we have done, and that is among the handouts for today's meeting. So we're happy to receive feedback and direction on that letter.
Okay. So I'll officially establish a subcommittee of incarcerated people for federal facilities with Commissioners Kennedy and Turner. But first we'll go to 9M, which is incarcerated populations for state and local facilities. And that's Commissioner Sinai and myself. Commissioner Sinai?
Yeah, we have nothing to report right now. We will be working on our outreach plan to bring back to the full commission.
Great, thank you. Any questions? We'll move on to 9N with incarcerated populations for federal facilities. Commissioners Kennedy and Turner.
You have before you our draft letter.
Commissioner Sinai?
I thought the letter was excellent, and I just wanted to clarify, did we send you the update from the statewide database on what they had? Okay, so I didn't know if that changed anything for the letter.
Well, the letter was obviously drafted before we received that, so we're happy to receive suggestions or direction from the full commission as to how we might change the draft letter.
Any comments? I did write something down. I put federal inmates can claim residency in other states as long as they have a family or someone that sponsors them. Which is vice versa. If there's inmates in other or incarcerated people in other states, they can claim residency in California. But I can't remember where I was thinking that should go in the letter. But thank you so much for drafting the letter. It's good.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. And in response to Commissioner Fernandez, I think for me, the intent of the letter is, that is what you've stated is correct. I think the letter was just basically seeking support from Padilla to encourage the release of the data from Federal Bureau. We instead of just waiting until 2030, this was our attempt to push it along and hopefully receive information that will be usable for now in this particular cycle. And if not, it begins conversation for where we certainly believe we should be going by 2030.
Yes, great. Thank you. Any other comments or feedback regarding the letter to Senator Padilla? Commissioner Anderson?
First of all, great letter. And to follow on exactly what Commissioner Turner just said, we're actually sort of asking for two things, but we need like another sort of punchline after, we're requesting for the April 2nd, because it blurs right into the next one. And until Commissioner Turner brought that to my attention, I didn't catch that those are two distinct things. So, and you know how when they're really busy, they're going to zip right through this. And so I think adding, I'm not sure exactly what, but adding something else under the first one to emphasize that. Then that we further ask is the secondary, because I didn't catch that. You see, it's basically just one sentence. You need to have another sentence in there. I'm not exactly sure what, but otherwise, it's very good.
Mm-hmm. So the
Maybe we
sentence,
can,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, maybe we can just bullet the 2 requests.
Commissioner Sinai?
Yeah, so, as the statewide database let us know that they were able to get from the Bureau of Prisons on April 1st, 2020. They claimed, the state of California, those who claimed as state of California that were in their residence was 10,326. But it's not broken down. And so we still need to have the conversation of what we do, if we can get better information and what we do with that, with the number that they did give. And so I just want to know we'll have that discussion at a later date, or just wait until we hear back from Senator Badia if we can get more information, more detailed information.
One piece that we may consider, Commissioner Kennedy, is just incorporating, because the key for me in the request, it says any useful information. And again, that bulk number does not necessarily provide us with the level of detail that I would consider useful. So we can perhaps mention, though we received this, the 10,000 figure, and grateful for that, and still looking for this other information so that we're able to actually allocate the population of individuals in the proper places.
Right. And that's a good point, because we received the input of 10,000 in California, but yet 14,000 are in the facilities. So there's a gap there too. So we have no idea where they're located throughout the state and which facilities. So somebody else's hand was up. I apologize, Commissioner Anderson.
Okay, I have something like we are requesting your assistance, the April 2nd for this restructuring. Our purpose is to have data in a form that would enable us to reallocate Californians into their, using the same words you used up before, into their, I don't want to say where they live, but however you used it in the word before. Does that help? So our purpose is to have data in a form that would enable the reallocation of Californians into.
Okay, Commissioner Furnishari.
I'm just going to put my Finance and Administration Subcommittee hat on and remind us all that if this is going to go out on behalf of the entire commission, the policy is that we approve it, and we can approve it with revisions. So if we're comfortable with the revisions that we've asked for at this point and want them to go ahead, then we can make a motion, or if you want to bring it back to the next meeting, that's fine too. But I just want to remind everybody of the process.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
So should we approve all 3 letters we've talked about today with revisions at the same time? Because we also had the letters that the Government Affairs drafted, or maybe it was 1 letter. I can't remember, Commissioner Toledo.
I think it's 1 letter.
Yeah, 1 at a time, probably.
Okay, Commissioner Furnishari, remind me again of the policy that you and I drafted. It's been a while.
Yeah, well, I just reread it to remind myself. If correspondence on behalf of the entire commission, it will be drafted by the appropriate people, reviewed by the ED, legal, and the current chair and vice chair. The final will be brought forward to the full commission, and the commission will then vote to determine what action to take: approve, deny, revise, and then the current chair or designee will sign the final version prior to release. So we're at the last 2 bullet points, I guess. So we can approve with revisions, and then, you know, go ahead and finalize the letter, and then you put on a letterhead, you sign it and send it.
I thought, I remember when we were talking about if it's a letter under the full commission, we thought it was like everyone's pretty much signing it, like it's their signature, versus a subcommittee that is sending the letter. That's a different process, correct?
Well, the other process is just a response by the chair. So if there's a request that comes in that doesn't need the full commission's approval, the chair, at the time can send a response. So, but this one is on behalf of the entire commission. So it requires the commission to approve it.
Okay. Alrighty then. So we will, based on that, and then maybe we'll go back to the policy. Then we'll look at the policy again to see if there's another way to do this that might be a little bit more efficient. So I get, part of it is we could actually approve the letter, right, with potential changes based on if, and I'm talking about the one for the governors, for the governor regarding COVID and the lifting the executive order. Potentially, we could have a motion that would move to finalize the letter and move forward with the revisions. We don't have to have the actual final language, right, Commissioner Furnish? Okay.
Right. We can approve it with the requested revisions and have those incorporated in the letter sent.
And we could do the same with the letter to Senator Padilla then. So we could take both of them with the changes, similar to how we did the policy. The policies, we'd have changes and then this got approved. Okay. Okay, any other comments regarding the Padilla, the letter to Senator Padilla? Okay, so we would need a motion to move forward, unless we want to wait for 2 weeks, which I don't know if we want to wait 2 more weeks for this to get started conversation. I think that the sooner the better. Commissioner Kennedy.
I will also report that I was advised that I could send a letter as chair, alerting the office to the issue and telling them that a formal letter from the full commission would be forthcoming. So this was because time was of the essence to get this onto the senator's radar in time for the hearing that was being held like 48 hours after we discussed this last time. So I was able to get a letter to his office just in my capacity as chair, not on behalf of the entire commission. And I did speak with staff who said that they weren't sure whether he was going to have enough time to bring this up in the hearing, but that he would ensure that the question was at least entered into the record, and the staff would follow up with BOP for a reply to the question that was entered into the record. I have not heard further from them, but that is so. In my mind, we're not under time pressure because we were able to get the question in front of the senator before the hearing. This is, the promised formal letter from the full commission that I indicated would be forthcoming.
Okay, so would you prefer for us to wait, or, I mean, my preference would be to move forward with it too.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, all right. Okay, I will make a motion that we move forward. And I think I'm going to make two motions so that we can do both letters and then go to public comment at one time. So this will be that we move forward with the letter to Senator Padilla with the discussed changes as a commission. So that's my first one. And then the other one is we move forward with the letter to Governor Newsom. Thank you for someone helping me on that. To Governor Newsom regarding the COVID, the restriction, the potential executive order being lifted and the impact that would have on the commission.
And I'll second.
Oh, wow, it's a tie between. Okay, so I need to write this down. Executive Director Hernandez, did you get it?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do right now. So I have the motion to move to finalize letter to Senator Padilla regarding federal incarcerated population with discussed changes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that motion was brought by yourself, Chair?
Yes.
And then it was seconded by whom? I didn't
We'll
catch
give the
that.
second to Commissioner Turner.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll have to do the second letter separately. As you know, we're trying this new system and process where we're capturing the information real time so that we can do the vote. Thank you. So.
Wait, so you're not writing it down right now?
I wrote down the first one. That one's ready to go. I can share it on my screen if you'd like. I know we have to more likely go to public comment.
Right, so I wanted to go to public comment for both of them at one time instead of having to do one vote and then having to public comment and then do the other vote, public comment. So it's trying to be a little bit efficient about.
Yes, I will do my best to incorporate that second request here. And this is the letter to the governor's office regarding COVID?
Yes. And while you do that, does anyone have questions before we go to public comment? Is Katie back for public comment? Or Christian, or is it still you? Oh, Katie's back. Yay. I'm sure, I'm pretty sure Christian missed you this morning.
He sent me a text. I felt very bad. I was on another job though. So, okay. So are we good to go?
We are good to go. Thank you. And this is public comment for the two letters, one letter to Senator Padilla and the other letter to Governor Newsom.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter a meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is just want to make sure I had the right number. 981-9980-2683 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And the public comment at this time is the two motions that are on the floor relating to the two letters. One to the, I know it's Padilla.
One to
He's now a
Senator Padilla.
senator. Yeah,
Yes.
he
Senator
used to be
Padilla.
Secretary of State, though.
That's correct.
And then the other letter is to
Governor Newsom.
the actual the governor. Okay. We do not have anybody in the queue at this time.
Okay. We'll wait another minute or so. We did kind of give a forewarning that it was coming, so hopefully people are dialing in if they would like to comment. Oh, and we have a comment.
We do have a caller. I would like to remind all callers to press star 9 to raise your hand, indicating you're calling in to make a comment. Star 9 will raise your hand. Perfect. Thank you so much. I will open the line. And go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is Renee Westelusk. I support sending both letters, but I would like to make a suggestion regarding the one for Senator Padilla's office. I think you should make a bold subject, colon, and then put urgent need previous residents of individuals held in federal facilities for CRC accurate census data. So that grabs their attention right away. They're going to pay attention to it quickly, and it hones on the most important point of that letter is you really want the data this year and not have them thinking, oh, I don't have to do this till 2030. I think it needs to be made to look urgent, which it is, and important for accurate census data for this year's redistricting. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Westelusk.
And that was our public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Executive Director Hernandez, are you ready? Okay.
I am ready.
Okay.
So again, this is the first motion to letter to Senator Padilla to move to finalize letter regarding federal incarcerated population with discussed changes. Motion made by Commissioner Fernandez. Time of the motion 2:43. Motion seconded. Public comment would be 1. And we will begin here.
It's 2:43 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It feels like AM. What can I say? All right. And we will begin here after Commissioner Fernandez. So, Commissioner Fornashari.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons.
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Toledo.
Yes.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa. Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Now the second.
Yes. The second motion is letter to the governor's office. Move to finalize letter to the governor's office regarding COVID-19 restrictions. Is that correct? With changes?
Yes. And again, it's PM, not AM. Thank you.
Yes. It defaults to PM to AM, so
Right.
I got to remember that. Okay. Again, it was made by yourself, the chair, Fernandez, and seconded by Commissioner Turner, correct? All right, we will
Yes.
begin. Commissioner Fornashari,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons,
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Yee,
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmad,
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
and Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Fornashari, for reminding us of our policies and our protocol. Anything else on 9N, incarcerated populations, federal facilities? Okay, we will move on to 9O, which is lessons learned, with Commissioners Ahmad and Kennedy.
Commissioner Ahmad, do you have any remarks at this point? I have nothing other
No
than
new
to
updates. Just continue to send over your lessons learned.
Okay, thank you. I don't remember if I forwarded this to you, but it would have been nice looking back now as people are submitting their communities of interest public information, either through the tool, through mail or whatever. It would have been good information to know where they heard about it and what caused them to actually submit input. And I think it would be helpful for our future outreach efforts. So maybe for lessons learned, if we can remember that for next time. That'd be great. Okay, we will move on to 9P, which is Outreach Director Recruitment, Commissioners Ahmad and Fernandez.
We would like to sunset this subcommittee as we have fulfilled our charge.
I concur. Okay, we're going to move on to 9Q, which is the Chief Counsel Recruitment, Commissioners Anderson and Toledo.
I think we gave our update earlier that that we are doing reference checks and we'll be working with Commissioner with Chair Fernandez and Chair Ahmed on hopefully making an offer and coming back on the 4th with hopefully an acceptance.
And I did receive more information from Marion on that process, and because we've already taken action, we wouldn't actually have to come back on the 4th to continue on with that process.
I was just referring to an announcement, hopefully. Yeah.
Right.
Hopefully be able to make an announcement of who it is.
Yes, correct. That'd be great. Any questions regarding that? We'll move on to 9R, which is IT Recruitment, Commissioners Anderson and Fornashari.
Let's see, so now that the IT manager role has been approved, and I think what we're going to do is circle back with Director Fernandez to kind of understand, what all the roles for IT are and how, whether or not we actually need an IT manager or what that looks like. So hopefully we'll have an update next time we get together.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 10, which is Legal Affairs Committee update. Commissioners Yi, Toledo, and Sadwani.
Well, we have a legal affairs committee that is scheduled for after this meeting. In terms of updates, we continue to work on the VRA council and the litigation council agreements. We have a draft contract for VRA that we just received earlier today, and so we continue to work through that process, and hopefully we'll bring something back for approval at the next, at least for the VRA council, at the next meeting. And of course, if you have the stamina, you can join us after this meeting for a little bit longer to go over some of these issues in detail.
Yes, Commissioner Yi.
We'll also be discussing this afternoon 2 personnel additions that Strumwasser, Wucher, Becker have for us, and we'll bring that to you at the next full commission meeting, hopefully for approval. They look to be routine additions. There's also a couple of memos in the handouts. One is a proposed revision to the RFI language. As you'll recall, we had an issue of ambiguity of whether or not individual political contributions had to be reported or only firm political contributions. And so we put together some language that would make that unambiguous. So I refer that to the lessons learned subcommittee, and hopefully that'll help the 2030 commission. There's also a second memo following up Gibson-Dunn disclosures. And I'm actually losing track of where we are in that story with the full commission. There were some additional firm contributions by Gibson-Dunn that were not included in their original disclosures, nor the follow-up disclosures. When we brought them to the attention of Gibson-Dunn, they researched it and basically told us they were inadvertent omissions, which does not look great for them, but they were forthcoming about it, and we don't believe this alters our recommendation. The reasons for recommending Gibson-Dunn still hold, we believe. These were publicly available records that we used to find the contributions, and they were acknowledged promptly by Gibson-Dunn. So it is a consideration, but it doesn't alter our recommendation. We've already moved on.
Great, thank you. Mr. Sadwani.
I'll also just add that I was working with Marion this past week to try and get a copy of the fee agreement or contract that Gibson-Dunn has with the city of Santa Monica to guide our contracting process with them so that we could have additional access. We put in a request for that contract. Thus far, the response has been that that contract cannot be released. I don't know, Marion, if you have any, we haven't had a chance to talk about that since we've received that communication. I don't know if you have any additional thoughts about it.
Well, the question is whether you want to pursue it further. The way to pursue it would be to file an action against them. We could write a letter back saying we disagree with their reasoning, but since that's their position, I doubt it would affect anything. They're doing it based on it that it reveals attorney work product, but we're not asking for what they've paid. We're just asking what the rate of pay is.
I don't know if, we can certainly discuss it more in the Legal Affairs Committee, but also if the full commission wants to weigh in, if you have thoughts on this or not, whether or not to spend additional time trying to get this information.
Commissioner Anderson?
So it's another ticky-tack. Here's another one that, like, no, sorry, we're not going to give you those hours. So I would like the committee to discuss and actually give them point blank. Why not? Why? So it in terms of, if we're feeling this frustrated, how does the public feel about their there any kind of transparency. Now it's different legal, but
this is the request. This is the request for the contract, not from the.
No, not the contract.
Not from Gibson Dunn, right?
The hourly rate.
No, Gibson Dunn gave us their hourly rates, so they were fully transparent with that process. What we're talking about today is, and I'm sorry if it was unclear, what we're talking about it today is we actually requested the through the Public Records Act process, FOIA process, right? We wanted access to a copy of the rates that they're currently getting paid at other governmental entities that they're doing business with, so that we had a foundational, so we had a basis to compare what they're proposing with us, and be able to compare what they're getting paid through other entities. And so it's not really Gibson Dunn that's not being transparent. In this case, it's the city of Santa Monica, who is claiming attorney-client privilege here.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. Thank you for that clarification. Then I take that back. They might like to, but it's attorney-client privilege, so they cannot do that. Thank you.
And our issue is we're asked. The issue brought forth by Marion is whether it actually constitutes attorney-client privilege, because all we want is the rates. We're not asking for the scope of work. We're not asking how much they actually billed. We're not asking for anything that could potentially be attorney-client privilege, but just the terms of the contract.
And as usual, Marion's correct.
Any other comments? And I believe that they should have to disclose that, because it's just the terms of the contract. It isn't related to specific litigation or whatever other work they are doing for the city of Santa Monica. But it's my understanding they should be disclosing that information when requested.
I agree, but the question is, how far do you want to push it?
Right. Any comments regarding that? If we want to push it further, move forward with it, Mr. Anderson.
I would ask for a clarification, as this is just and being very, very specific. It's literally for the hourly rates that were involved in the contract. It is not for anything more than that, which should be in public domain. So, thank you.
Commissioner Turner?
I think I'm leaning towards not pushing it and wondering, is that information that can be received from a different source?
I'm leaning in that direction as well. I mean, we are working, and we did. We haven't received their follow-up to our request, but we did ask them to come closer to the 2010 rates that were given to us by our previous contractors, and so and that's public domain, so they know what that is. So and that's a little bit more reasonable. So we are working through the negotiation process, and I think we'll be able to get fair rates through our process. So I don't think we'll need to get the Santa Monica rates, although it would be nice to have that to compare. That it's not necessary, especially if we would have to file, if we would have to take legal action to get it. I don't think it'd be worth it.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, not just, Marion, am I on solid footing to report back what was said to me when I checked references and spoke with the? Sure. So one of, the interim city attorney of the city of Santa Monica was one of the references that Gibson Dunn had listed. And so when I had spoken with him upon checking references, he did share that when he came on, he was able to renegotiate the rate with Gibson Dunn and get a much, much better rate. But that was kind of all that was said. And so that was what the impetus was for pursuing this and trying to find out more information about what is that rate, so that we have a better sense of what we should potentially be paying.
The rate that they quoted was awfully high.
Right. Right. And so I think it would be interesting to know, or helpful to know, if the city of Santa Monica is also paying such a high rate. or if perhaps they were able to negotiate something better. But that being said, I don't know how far down the rabbit hole we want to go. So we look to you for any additional input you might have.
I'm probably leaning towards not continuing to pursue it. I just find it interesting that for legal contracts, you go through this process without knowing what the fee structure is going to be. And then potentially it could be way out of your budget. So it's just an interesting process considering everything else, you have to have the cost information up front. So I have Commissioners Anderson and Kennedy.
Yeah, I believe that the committee has already requested or given our permission, or please go ahead with then renegotiating or negotiating, realizing that it's a business deal, and they're an honorable company certainly, and so we're authorized to negotiate. I believe you already are, so go ahead. That would be my recommendation, and not to the legal pursue, because we've gotten the information that we need. Negotiate.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Do we have any way of determining whether they have any other public sector clients in the state that we might check with?
I think the city of Santa Monica is certainly the most visible, and so especially in the space of redistricting, and so that's why we went there. But no, not that I'm aware of.
Any other questions, concerns? Well, it sounds like seems like the best use of our energy at this time is to not pursue it further, but to just continue to negotiate with them. Okay. Anything else for legal affairs? No? Okay.
I think I don't think there's anything else. I think we'll be meeting after this meeting if you're interested in following along, and we'll be going into all of these issues in a little bit more depth.
Great, thank you for that. I'm actually going to skip to agenda item 12 only because 11 is somewhat associated, somewhat related to future meetings. So we'll go to 12, line drawer updates training, Commissioners Anderson and Sadhwani.
Just a very quick, the line drawers are looking forward to hearing about these new dates, and at that point we'll be coming back with adding on to possible training topics on the agendas, and we will follow up on that the COI heat map with the line drawers. And they have really enjoyed, though, working with is it USDR, or I always get that mixed up, and the data management group.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for line drawer updates or training? Okay, with that, we'll go on to 11, although Commissioners Ahmad and Furnashari, we're about 5 minutes from break. Do you think it's best to take a break and then come back and have this discussion? I'm thinking it probably is. Okay, so let's take a break now, and we will come back at, oh, the minute time just changed on me. We'll come back at 3:20. Thank you, Christian, and welcome back. We'll continue on with the agenda. We have 2 items left, item 11 and 17. So we're going to go to agenda item number 11, which is a public input design committee. That's Commissioners Furnashari and Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. And just so that everyone is aware, Commissioner Sinai had given the opportunity for others to step up during the public input design meeting, not yesterday's meeting, but the meeting before. So I took that opportunity and stepped up into more of a leadership role with that. And I appreciate you, Commissioner Sinai, for offering that opportunity. I also encourage my other colleagues who serve on that subcommittee
to please do take the opportunity when you deem appropriate for yourself as well. It's a great learning experience. With that, I have asked Chair Fernandez if we can present this item in close proximity to scheduling future CRC business meetings so that we can see a full holistic agenda or schedule for all of the different types of meetings that will be on our calendar moving forward. We had a great conversation yesterday in the public input design meeting about the number of meetings. We talked about, whether these meetings would be held in person, a hybrid approach, or virtually. A lot of that was unclear given that we don't have that clear direction yet from the governor's office about what June 15th and beyond looks like. So just wanted to throw that out there. And then full disclaimer, we did not come to a committee consensus on the proposal that Neil and I had, or Commissioner Fornashari and I had brought forward to the subcommittee. However, I took diligent notes during the conversation, mapped out the similarities and the commonalities between the different commissioners' requests and suggestions. I spent a little bit too much time yesterday after the meeting putting it all together so I could bring a more updated draft and version here for the full commission to consider. So if you have that document open under item 17 for this meeting, you will see that there's a schedule, so day of the week, the date, and then the meeting type. So I just want to, for our agenda item, I just want to focus on the COI input meetings at this point, and then Commissioner Fernandez will take on the full CRC business meeting. So for the COI input meetings on this tentative proposed schedule, we have a total of 33 meetings. Every zone has 2 meetings scheduled, with Zone C having 3, Zone F having 3, and Zone K having 3, and Zone H having 4. There are 2 scheduled statewide COI input meetings and 4 scheduled group COI input meetings currently on the proposed calendar. COI input meetings are not the only method for the commission to receive COI input. We have the COI tool. Folks can send in mail. Folks can call our office and leave a voicemail. There are other methods to get that COI input to the commission. This discussion is just focusing on COI input meetings that will be held virtually and quote unquote live. I will also throw out there that I personally, in working through this draft proposed schedule, am not and will not be taking into account personal calendars of commissioners to move meetings around. If someone else is interested in taking on that impossible, and I emphasize impossible charge, by all means, I will step back and let you all go for it, but I will not be willing and able to do that at this time. Neil, am I forgetting anything else at this point?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for putting this together. We had initially come up with a kind of a straw proposal that included 17 statewide or 17 meetings throughout the zones and statewide. And some community partners came forward with a proposal that was focused on holding statewide meetings in the zones in proportion to the population of those zones. So the number of meetings would be in proportion to the population of those zones. And so we took a look at that, and I think in general the committee thought that was a reasonable approach, but there were some strong feelings about 3 of the zones only had 1 So we're proposing here a compromise where we move forward with the proposal in the rest of the zones and ensure that each zone has two. We've scheduled this in a way where the meetings are, as best we kind of could, adjacent zones, so as we transition, if we transition from virtual to some sort of hybrid or fully in-person meetings, that we can execute this schedule, on kind of a roadshow basis. So, I mean, that's what we were thinking, I think. Did I miss anything? I mean, Commissioner Ahmed?
No, you got it. You got it. I guess then at this point, we're looking for input from the commissioners on this schedule, and I will take notes. Commissioner Fernandez, do you want me to facilitate? Okay.
How about if I facilitate so that you can take notes?
That works.
Does that sound good? Because I won't be able to do that. Okay, so any comments, feedback, Commissioner Kennedy?
Okay, I've got a number, but yes, thank you for putting this together. This is enormously valuable to be able to look at it in this format. First of all, so that I don't forget it, I do not understand how Zone K has 3 meetings and Zone I, which has 1 million more people and is about, almost 3 times as large physically, has only 2. Plus Zone I, particularly Western and Southwestern Riverside County, is an area of significant growth, as we saw during the PPIC presentation. I'm happy to work with Zone K. Maybe we can schedule things in very close proximity between the 2 zones, or going back and forth so that we get the best bang for our buck. But I really don't see that as a fair allocation. Second of all, I'm wondering the start of the COI input meeting season, as I see it, we're looking at June 1st, and yet there's just a big gap starting there. So I'm wondering if we could move some of these up. Both statewide meetings that I'm seeing on here are 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And I'm thinking it might be good to have one earlier, one later. The first of the meetings in Zone I doesn't happen for almost 2 months after these start. I'm thinking people are going to get a little antsy if we're not getting around to their zones for almost 2 months on this. And then, well, 2 other things. One, I was curious, all of these dates over all of these months, there is one Sunday in the whole batch. There's a Zone H input meeting on Sunday, August 15th, and that's the only Sunday that is scheduled in this whole calendar. So I was just wondering how that came to be. And finally, the very last of the zone meetings in early September, it seems to me that those would be better moved earlier in the week, so that we're not having input meetings on Labor Day weekend when there's available time earlier in the week. And I guess the only other thing is, did the language issue come up, or has that been factored in, or what are your thoughts on factoring it into this schedule? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. I only have, I think, one response to all your questions. or maybe multiple. The start date is based off of the lead time that our staff need to get organized and prepared. We heard 6 weeks would be a good cushion time, and we're not even giving them that. June 10th is not even 6 weeks away. So that was a compromise that we came to in the subcommittee meeting. I don't know how strongly folks feel about moving it up versus leaving it where it's at, but obviously this is a draft proposal. In terms of Zone K having 3 meetings and Zone I having 2, why? I don't know. Theoretically, we're all in virtual world. Anyone can come to any of these zone meetings. Just because someone is attending a meeting at Zone D and they live in Zone A, we can't turn them away, whether it's in person or virtual. So if there's a strong preference to change things one way or another, I'm definitely here to support the vision and mission of the commission in this work. So please let me know. And I totally forgot the other points. Neil, I'll have to bounce to you on that.
So yeah, the proposal that we got had 3 in Zone I. I think it's an error. So we'll go back and look at that. Okay. As far as language goes, one of the things we floated is possibly having a Spanish language input meeting statewide with that we would have potentially have live translation back into English for the commissioners. And so we floated that, but we're floating it again now, I guess, to the full commission if we want to do that. And as far as language access goes, we certainly committed to having translation of these meetings or translation services available for folks. We didn't quite get to the nitty-gritty details of the meeting design yesterday, so we don't have that to bring forward at this time. But one of the things we need to talk about and come to some conclusion about a recommendation is an approach for folks to sign up for a time to some system for signing up, obviously, whatever that looks like. And that system would include a request for interpretation or we envision that would include a request for interpretation. Then we could group folks together that need interpretation and language together potentially. But again, we didn't quite get to that discussion. We spent our time talking about the schedule and the number of meetings at this point.
Does anyone else?
And I just want to, the other thing we talked about that I think deserves some discussion here is, and it's closely related to the schedule and scheduling is whether or not we're going to absolutely require all commissioners to be at these meetings or not. So that's something we need to talk about. I think, if we're going to have that requirement, it's going to make it super difficult to schedule. I think that, so I won't start that conversation. I'm just throw that out there. So Commissioner Mid.
Yeah, Neil, that's Commissioner Fornishari, that's a really good point. And when we do start that conversation, if we decide to in this meeting, before we do, I would highly, highly recommend that we get the legal opinion on attending these meetings as commissioners and what our role is at these input meetings. And then from there, figure out what we want to do in terms of all commissioners attending or not.
Marian, what's the requirement? Because these are public input meetings. We're not making decisions. We're not taking action.
Right. Since you're not taking any action, you don't need to have a quorum. If you want to have a quorum, that only requires 9. But if there are fewer than 9, you can still go ahead and have public input. since they're all going to be recorded and posted, commissioners who cannot attend at that time can catch up later.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Just regarding Zone I, we did look at, there's a lot of counties are fluid in a lot of Southern California. And so we did look at your recommendation of Far East Riverside with Imperial, as well as Far East Riverside, Imperial, and then maybe West San Bernardino with Orange County. So we were looking at how do we attract people and do outreach in blended areas.
And I think another point to keep in mind with these zones, yes, we have a map with delineated zones, but geography is more fluid than that, right? Like we can have a meeting that borders one zone and is geographically close to another. Just because it's labeled a certain zone doesn't mean we can't take input from folks elsewhere. And then but I really hope we don't get into the personal calendar piece. I didn't look at my own personal calendar while I put this together. I probably won't be able to make every single meeting that's listed here, but this is a challenge for us as commissioners to the commitment that we made, that we will weigh every single piece of input that comes to us equally, whether it comes to us from a live public input meeting or the COI tool or a letter in the mail. I should be able to look through that database and weigh everything equally, regardless of where it came from.
Thank you. And I wanted to talk a little bit about all commissioners attending, or I feel that for us to come up with a policy that every commissioner has to attend, so we have to have a minimum of 9, it might be restrictive. Of course, we would never restrict someone from attending, but I would prefer to move forward with something where we're not saying there has to be a quorum. As Commissioner Ahmad mentioned, there's going to be a lot of meetings and there's going to be conflicts with schedules, which I've already identified in the chart. And to try to come up with a schedule for the next however many meetings where everyone can attend or is available, it will be impossible. So I'm just cautioning everyone. And again, all of the input that we receive will be in the database that we have, whether we hear it. I'm hoping that the majority of input will not be at a public input meeting. It'll be in our COI tool or in some other mechanism. So that's just my opinion. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. I wanted to weigh in. I think from the beginning, all commissioners aren't at all meetings. We just know we do need to have a quorum. And I think even in scheduling these meetings, my preference would be that there is a quorum as we're hearing testimony, as we're receiving community of input information. Stories make a difference. In addition to having data input into the COI tool, I was hearing that today landed differently for me. So yes, we want to look at the information that's submitted through the COI tool. I think my preference, given an opportunity, would be that we are hearing from all Californians if we're going to have these meetings, as opposed to the likelihood of, so I think I still prefer having the commission, the hearings attended by and the communities of input meetings held and heard by as many commissioners as possible. Also, on the zone that was presented, the number of community input meetings in each of the zones. We went back and forth with that quite a bit in the previous meeting, looking at the updates that's here. I want to know, how do we, because people can show up and give testimony in any meeting, if we're going to go through this process to ensure that at least naming certain days for certain areas. How do we, I guess we can't have those meetings not like hijacked by a certain group. So you can set up, even if you want, this is going to be a meeting where, you know, Northern Central Valley is going to participate. And if some other group gets together and say, hey, you guys, this is the best date for us, let's just all show up and give our community of input testimonies on this particular day, it's still going to push back a group and perhaps not allow them the airtime that we would have imagined. And so I don't know if there's anything different we can do. I know that people, Marion has told us a few different times, you can give input in any meeting, et cetera. But I am concerned, particularly since we're having such a lengthy conversation about how many meetings. I loved the presentation, the submission, I should say, from the group that submitted earlier that was based on population estimates. I heard the testimony about at least 2, which changes things, particularly because we're virtual. I thought it was very fair to allow, based on population voices, to be able to call in a designated time for them. And for me, when we, I guess, strayed from that, I'm still looking to see if we're setting as a minimum 2. Perhaps there are other areas that we need to build in additional meetings for as well. So certainly I would be an advocate of the Central Valley having 3 so that there was 1 north, mid, and south. And I know that we heard testimony about Sacramento, the same thing with that, you know. So I don't know. I think this will be a difficult process to try and determine what's best and what's fair. But for me, I'm hoping to be able to hear from as many Californians in as many sessions. And even with the language access, if we have an area that we think is heavily, you know, Spanish speaking, then maybe the whole meeting needs to be held in Spanish, and we're listening through technology that's doing the real-time translation for us, so that those meetings are held in Spanish and we're getting the interpretation. And so that, you know, is another thought I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee, did you have your hand up? Yes.
Thank you. At these meetings, so, you know, when they're in a particular zone or a particular part of a zone, of course, anyone can give input on any part of the state at any meeting, but will we not be focusing on the geography of that zone, you know, more or less, right? And the majority of comments will be on that zone. We will, you know, I mean, I suppose the line draw will be there and will be adept, you know, at projecting and working with whatever is under discussion. But as we announce a meeting, would we not announce some focus on the geography of that region, right? Is that not right?
Yeah, yes. And I have Commissioner Ahmad and Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's a fair and valid point, right? That we are trying to designate specific areas for these public input meetings. But our denominator here is 40 million. It's not population of this zone or that zone. Our denominator is 40 million. And another thing that really helped me finally understand public input meetings versus line drawing sessions was our purpose at these meetings is to just take in the information, whatever information comes to us. It's going to be each of our own individual responsibilities as commissioners to sit down and sift through all of that information in preparation for those line drawing sessions, so that we can draw on, hey, in this particular area, these comments came in. Some might have come in during these input meetings. Some might have come in from the COI tools. Some might have been mailed in, but that's going to be on us to organize that. And the way that Neil had drafted out, and Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Sinai had drafted out this first iteration that they were working on, left time at the end when we pause COI input, not end, but pause, for us to go back and actually digest that information before we step into our first line drawing session. Of course, that's pending all of the census conversation, which I'm not going to go back to that. But the intent was there that we would have a couple weeks to actually look through this database and actually go back and revisit all of these comments, go back and rewatch some of these input meetings and pick up things that we might have not seen the first time around or not heard the first time around. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm imagining, and this may just be me, I'm imagining a situation where, you know, all of these have to be publicly noticed, obviously, but, you know, when we're saying that this one is for zone, you know, C or whatever, that, you know, the bulk of our promotional work is targeted in that zone. So others from outside the zone have access to the regular routine public notice of it, but we're not necessarily focusing our promotional efforts outside of that zone for that event. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, and yeah, I'll just also highlight this piece of input that we got from the public that suggests an approach for scheduling in the zones, and other public input that we've gotten from community groups, from organizations that will be activating the community to provide us input, are pushing for a schedule as soon as they can get it, so that they can engage and activate in the areas where we're going to focus. So in addition to our own outreach through Freddie and team, there are organizations that will be reaching out to their constituents, doing some training, doing some activations so that they'll be prepared to engage at our zone. So that there'll be part of that going on too.
Commissioner Toledo?
Thank you. This is, well, I know a lot of work has gone into this, and I really appreciate the work of the Public Input Committee and everyone else who has been working so hard on this. I'm just curious, in terms of the grant process that we heard about, you know, and how that plays into this, or if the committee had any thoughts on, or has considered the grants process and how it might overlay with this, or maybe it doesn't. And I think what I heard is that it may not earlier, and I think Commissioner Sinai may have an answer to the question.
Commissioner Sinai?
I don't have an answer, but I wanted, there's two pieces that I think are kind of overlap in my mind. And yeah, we have heard, yeah, this is virtual, but at the same time, we need to keep in mind that 7 of our zones have rural communities that have tough time with Wi-Fi. So as much as we're virtual, we still need to make it accessible. And the outreach and engagement committee is looking at different ways that we might be able to do that. Yeah, some of it may just be creative ways of, yeah, so we're looking at that, but that also goes into the question I was asking earlier when it was the grants of how can we, there's certain libraries that are very excited to be engaged in this process. Okay, there's a few, and we're working on getting more excited and kind of giving them guidance, but also for them to kind of propose to us how they can be part of the process, since that's what, you know, there's a library in most communities, if not 2, and that's where a lot of people go for access. So we're hoping, if this was kind of a 2-for answer, because I figured next was going to be the question of accessibility and internet access. So we are going to follow up with the library and then follow up with the grants committee to kind of think through that piece.
Commissioner Vasquez, did you have your hand up? Oh, Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, so I just want to say, yeah, I mean, in addition to activating the libraries, from a perspective of broadband access, of course, getting the paper COI, input to the libraries too, and potentially doing some training with the librarians in all areas, to on the COI tool, and so they can help there. But so a number of thoughts about engaging libraries that the outreach committee is working on. And as far as how this plays with the grants, it sounds like the grants will be out a little late, a little later. So I think folks on this library, and maybe we can, do something with the grants committee and libraries. I don't know. We'll have to check in on that.
Oh, Commissioner Vasquez and then Commissioner Sinai.
Now I have something to say. Just wanted to flag, I know we had a great panel with like education stakeholders. The fact of the matter is that we're going to be having summer school for most school districts. And I think even more so potentially than libraries, rural communities, they all have to have at least a school to serve whatever kids are in their sort of reaches. And so especially during the summer months, connecting with schools and the civic leaders in the rural areas would be especially important, because if nothing else, the family hopefully has access to technology for distance learning purposes. So we may be able to jump in on some of that. And if nothing else, again, schools will have had the last year to figure out how to reach and engage families, whether through technology or through physically distanced efforts, that hopefully we can sort of ride on the coattails of.
Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry, my brain's a little slow still because of the vaccine. To go back, Commissioner Toledo, to your question, yes, I think one of the things that we said at the public information, public input design committee, was that we do need to take, originally when we thought of outreach and grants, we thought of, okay, it'll be good, we'll use the money to help us do outreach, as well as get the COI tools, as well as the map piece. And each time that we're going a little later, it means that we as a commission need to take on more of the responsibility. And so we did the education piece, and we did it really well. And we're still doing it, in the information, but now we also will need, that's where the COI blitz, what Commissioner Fornishari was saying was, we'll need to take on more of that piece as well. But we'll work with grants committee if there's some good ideas that maybe work now. So that's what we're just trying to keep keeping that in mind.
Thank you. In terms of, I think it was Commissioner Turner probably brought it up. I do agree that if you're purposely going to a zone, they should somehow have priority in terms of with public input. And so maybe we can come up with some sort of system where maybe the first few hours are for people specifically from that zone. Also, I'm going to go back to my comment regarding all commissioners being there. If I understood Marian correctly, if we didn't have a quorum, we could still receive the input. So I think it's a non-issue, I guess, at this point for that. And then I did, in the public input design meeting, I did, for Sacramento, I thought there should be at least one extra session. And for that, my reasoning behind that is there's been a lot of migration from the Bay Area into actually the San Joaquin Valley and also into the Sacramento, El Dorado Hills, my Zone D area. So in terms of what the figures, I don't know the population numbers, how current they are, how recent they are. They would not be reflective in the census because that actually happened after April 1st after COVID, and people realized they didn't have to live in the Bay Area to work. And I think that was it. And thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. I was thinking of the schools as well. Like, what a great opportunity. Commissioner Ahmad?
Thank you, Chair. As we speak of internet troubles, am I frozen? I don't know. I would caution us against giving priority to people from a certain zone because our denominator is not that zone. Our denominator is 40 million, the people of California. It gives the public the opportunity to come forward and say, how come you are giving preference to people who are meeting in zone A or zone B? And that's not our purpose. Our purpose, from what I see it as, our purpose is not to prioritize one zone or another. It's trying to maximize our reach to get this input from people who choose or are unable to give us their input through some other mechanism. That's all my.
Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. With hearing Commissioner Ahmad's response, I'm wondering if we need to strip the zones. Initially, we talked about having zone areas basically to assist the line drawers and those that are doing input. I think that was more so when we were talking about actually drawing maps to have things that were set up and prepared to show. But if we're just going to receive information, and if 40 million, and since 40 million is our denominator and our base, perhaps we need to just say we're going to do 30 or 35 public input and leave it up to community to determine which of those spaces, which of those times, and then no one will feel like they are prioritized or not prioritized, but they can show up in any one of the meetings, and it'll be up to individuals to choose or community partners to rally the folks that they represent and have them go to any one particular meeting.
I have Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. A couple thoughts. First of all, thank you for all the work that you've done. This is really exciting to see, and I'm super excited to actually get out there and be a part of this work. First, in terms of the quorum issue, I think what we're hearing from Marion is that we don't have to have a quorum, but my sense is that we probably want to strive to have it, right? I hear you, Commissioner Turner. Like, I think that being there, seeing folks, hearing those stories, you can watch the video later, but I think actually interacting with folks is the best way, right? Where possible. But at the same time, I also recognize there's lots of other things that go on in people's lives. And I also just want to put in a pitch that we all have to take care of ourselves too. And so sometimes I'm looking at the schedule and realizing there might be one or two that I'm not able to make because this looks like a grueling schedule, and that's okay also. But I think if we strive to hit quorum at each meeting, I think that would be really helpful. Especially since we're putting in time and resources, I think having plenty of us there makes a lot of sense. In terms of this question of whether or not the zones, if we're focusing on zones, my understanding was that we want to do that so that we can, like from a mapping perspective, we're honing in, we're kind of hearing over and over, we'll be able to kind of compare and contrast right then and there if we're getting a lot of different communities of interest input from one area. So this is like the one day that we're really dedicating to, hey, let's go deep in this area. Let's start to really understand the boundaries, almost like a study day for ourselves to some extent, to understand, okay, this freeway is here. There's this rail station over here. There's this other consideration that we've never really thought about. And it's a way to really get to know an area by hearing from a lot of different folks from that area, what the key considerations and concerns are, recognizing that there's going to be, competing perspectives potentially. So I was actually always in favor of having the zone perspective. There's a lot of parts of California that I'm not as familiar with or have never been to. So I do look forward to kind of having a coordinated effort in order to really dig deeper into them. I hear this point around, whenever someone can reach us, they should be able to reach us. And I agree with that in principle. I'm wondering if, maybe the last hour of our input session is open to anywhere in the state or something like that. And then just in terms of an appointment system, I don't know if this already came up, and I apologize. I had to come a minute or two late here, but I believe Andrew Dressler in one of the meetings that we had with him from Haystack had mentioned a system called QMinder, which kind of like Tableau. It's an off-the-shelf queuing system. I don't know that was like a strong recommendation of his, but I feel like he had mentioned that at one of our meetings at one point in time. So I just want to pass that along. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Just a couple of things. On the quorum, I would recommend for calendaring purposes is that when we are in like that zone, those two commissioners who are kind of the organizer of that zone be there. Other than that, yes, who can be there, I don't know, but I would really recommend that. Then the idea of the zones, and this is from the line drawer perspective, is it is that what they were saying is how the line drawer are going to participate in this. And what they told us is they will have the geography. If they know we're going to this zone, they're going to have the geography, and they're actually going to have any COIs that they actually have on a map that you can see. And then now, as far as their input, they will not be putting it on that map as we're looking at it. That will actually have to come in. People are trying to write that down to put it into our COI tool so it can then go up on the map later. But it will actually it'll enable the people to say, no, that's so you can kind of with a laser pointer almost go, now you're talking about this area? Yes, that area. Okay, got it. So someone else can be transcribing that information. So that's the benefit of having a zone. If it's every single person comes up with a different area, you can instantly realize, oh, wait. Okay, so now I have to take that down. I have to reload. So you've lost all that time. And it's to make things more efficient for everyone who's coming to present. They don't have to go, okay, well, now let's wait until, I want to go to a completely different zone. Oh, okay, so hang on for several minutes while we reload any of that information up, or you could just get a straight. That was the idea, is to make it simpler, because one of the huge issues with people is standing in line, waiting forever. It's the idea of making an appointment, and you have, we're really going to concentrate on this zone now. If we want to, and then say at the end, say, okay, now let's everything, and then they can back out and just have a geography. So it wouldn't have all the COIs on it, but then that could be accessible. But that's something the particulars of, we could work out with the line drawer. But that was the rationale behind it. It would be more efficient for everybody, not just us, but specifically for the public. So that's that's it.
Okay, thank you. I have Commissioner Kennedy and then Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not opposed necessarily to de-emphasizing the geography when we're doing these. If we are going to de-emphasize the geography, then I think we need to pay more attention to the timings and the days to make sure that we're giving a wide variety of options as far as days of the week and times of the day for people to participate. I know it's going to be hard on us. We may. I think we've heard that the 2010 Commission was often in meetings, sometimes combined business meetings with input sessions going from 9 a.m. to midnight or something. So we need to think in terms of making this convenient for the people and not necessarily just convenient for us. That said, de-emphasizing the zones is fine as long as we're in a virtual mode. But if we switch to a face-to-face mode, then the geography suddenly becomes much more important. And as for attendance, I think if we say all are strongly encouraged to attend, I like Commissioner Anderson's emphasis on ensuring that the commissioners responsible for that outreach zone be there, but otherwise strongly encourage commissioners to attend and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Yes, as long as we have to take or we get to take testimony and public comment from anywhere in the state at any meeting, I think our line drawers absolutely have to be prepared to pull up and down maps. We're not going to tell people to wait. It's not your turn just yet. And so it makes total sense. Thank you for the word, Commissioner Kennedy, to de-emphasize for me the counties and to just say we're giving you a broad base, a wide number, 33, 35, whatever it is, meetings that split between Sundays and Saturdays and evenings and mornings, and allow people opportunity to call in. It is just, again, public input. We're not making decisions on it. We've not yet talked about how much time we're going to give people, but it was 2 minutes initially. And even if we give them 3 minutes, they're really not going to have a lot of time to say, oh, now redraw it this way, or I want to see based on what else is already on the screen and all of those other things. They're going to need to come prepared to say, this is my community of interest. This is the story behind it, almost like a one-way dialogue. And we see now how quick that time runs out. And I don't know, to me, it doesn't even seem like line drawers in this particular setting is going to be doing a whole bunch of interacting right in the moment. I don't see that there'll be time for it. So I think the more the conversation continues, I just really want to make a strong case and push and have us consider making this equitable for all 40 million Californians and determine what is the total number that we need. How do we make it accessible throughout the day and allow people then the autonomy to select which dates, which they can do anyway, that they'll show up and give their public comment.
Commissioner Sinai, did you have your hand up? No. Any other comments? Okay, so I'm going to hand it back to Commissioners Ahmed and Fornashari. And actually we need to settle on a number, right? And the dates, correct?
Yes, that would be extremely helpful. I did hear, though, Commissioner Kennedy call out Sundays. And I mean, I'm fine with going back and working with Commissioner Fornashari and the team to start adjusting the days to sprinkle in some Sundays as well, because I do recognize some people might not be able to make it Monday through Saturday on a consistent basis, and Sunday may be the only day that they are available to provide that input. So that's a very fair point, and that we should definitely adjust the schedule for. Are there any other recommendations that the commission has in terms of adjustments for the schedule, so that we can go ahead and make those adjustments and then hand that schedule over to the team so that they can start actually putting together ASL, videographer, translation services, and all of the other things that I don't even know what goes into planning a meeting of this magnitude, so that we can hand that over to Alvaro and team?
Yeah, and I think it's very important that we do settle on dates, because at some point in time, if the executive order is lifted and we're going out, then there's actually quite a bit more involved with staff in terms of having to go out and solidify a place and arrangements and everything else that goes along with that. Plus, if it's going to be a hybrid, or if we're allowed to do a hybrid model, I mean, that just kind of doubles the effort. So just feel it's important to get dates out there. We can all plan. We know what the dates are. If we can't make it, everything fortunately is videotaped. So that definitely helps. Commissioner Vasquez.
Pass. I'm good.
I think also just for future planning, Commissioner Fernandez, if I may, an asterisk to keep in mind, although we are giving these dates to the team, there might be a situation sometime in the future in which we are now required to report in person, and our team will have to find a venue for, I don't know, I'm just going to pull a date out, August 19th at 4 p.m. in a certain area. And they may not be able to find a venue. So we have to be extremely flexible about the dates and the times. Granted, yes, we would want the dates to stay so that we can advertise properly to communities and get everything in order. But that's just something to keep in the back of your mind, that the event is not official until it's over.
Well, and I think along those lines, I mean, we're looking at virtual meetings. This is the plan, right, at this point, and we're scheduling for virtual meetings. If that changes, then, then we would have to identify regions where we would host in-person meetings and go through that process. And it's, that's like 6-week lead time at least to do that. So we'll get this scheduled together based on the input that we have, and sort of, forget what the term Commissioner Kennedy used was, about zone neutral or whatever. I forgot, but Commissioner Ahmed has it. And we'll put the schedule back together and get that to staff and get them started. And then we'll regroup when we hear, as the COVID restrictions are lifted.
Commissioner Sadwani and then Commissioner Anderson.
Maybe I missed this, but what is the turning point for having a hybrid meeting? Certainly it's not the lifting of the executive order. I guess I don't know exactly where we are yet with that. Like, at what point do we make the determination to switch to a hybrid meeting? My personal preference is hybrid, right? I would feel comfortable having at least a couple of us in person, while maintaining virtual, of course. For me, in part, I feel like I just want to see some of the places before we start drawing lines around them. I don't know, at what point do we make that decision?
Yeah, I'll defer to Marion.
Okay.
I think she'll have the answer.
I'm not sure if they do a hybrid and changing what the rules are. If you go back to Bagley-Keene, you still can have locations or electronic ways for people to come to your meeting. So you may have to be at a publicly accessible place, but you could also have either telephone or Zoom facilities set up so that someone could appear before you virtually. Bagley-Keene more applies to that you have to be there in person, or you have to be at a publicly accessible place. The public can be anywhere.
Commissioner Anderson.
So just to clarify on Commissioner Forciari, so is the idea that we are scrapping the zone concept? In what you said,
I kind of felt like that was the consensus of the group. If it's not, let us know.
If that's the case, I'd say we have to double the meetings because it's going to take us a lot.
We don't have budget to double the meetings.
Then
we only have budget for 30 meetings. 30
we really need to then figure out exactly how these meetings are going to run and time-wise.
Right. And we didn't get to that conversation.
That's not what the line drawers were saying, so we need to rethink it.
Commissioner Sinai, and then Commissioner Yee.
I like keeping meetings with a name, with a zone number for a couple of reasons. One is people see themselves in it, and it adds this urgency that, hey, this one is for us, we better be there. Second, it allows us to be more focused on our outreach for that session. We can go through our contacts lists and all that, and just be very targeted on outreach to assure that people from that zone. And finally, we will take input from everyone, but I would like us not to just be general, because I'm afraid that if we go general, people will feel missed. And I feel like the more we can put a name to it, the more people feel like we're calling them to come, be it if we say this is a Spanish session. I mean, we had 160 people come to our Spanish session, or even if, we say, we don't call it the zone, but we call it by name, the counties or whatever. But I think that will bring more people and will help us do outreach.
Okay, I have Commissioner Yee, Executive Director Hernandez, and then Commissioner Toledo.
Yes, I think the zones are fine for our internal planning, since we're already organized that way, and just helps us think about the state. And it's fine for the various zone leaders here to advocate for their zones. But from the public point of view, I was just glancing over the 2010 list of input meetings, and it's just names of cities, and it's just the optics. It should be very clear, just glancing over that list, that they covered the state. And that our list will show that we covered the state, that it was legitimately statewide effort. And so I don't think we need to drop the zones, but I think they're really just more for our internal planning than for, nobody in the public is going to say, oh, zone G, da, da, da. I mean, they're not going to think that way. Why should they, so.
Executive Director Hernandez?
Yes, I concur with Commissioner Yee's comments. The outreach zones were only intended for our purposes in planning and being strategic in our outreach efforts. So it's not for any other purpose than that. And I think focusing our efforts from a staffing perspective, it allows us to focus on specific cities within a zone in which we can target our outreach. And when we do go to in-person meetings, it will allow us to focus on locations as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Toledo?
So I want to go back to Commissioner Sadwani's point about the trigger for when do we go back to hybrid session. So, and maybe this is a question for Marion. So my understanding is that the governor has been making, and the public health department has been making it easier for people to meet, right, both in public and in public settings. I'm wondering, in terms of a trigger, if we wanted to, and so that's just a question. If we wanted to, couldn't we have a hybrid meeting and invite a limited number of the public to Sacramento, to our offices in Sacramento, or wherever we wanted to at this point in time, or is there still a limitation on that?
I'm not sure. It depends on what he does on June 15th. I think there are different counties now under different rules. I'm not sure there's one rule for the whole state yet.
Do we know what the rule is for Sacramento?
I don't.
Okay, because I know here locally we're able to have public meetings in Sonoma County. It's just limited to the number of people inside of a room, and so that's why I was asking. I know we have a county ordinance on that.
And then it depends on what size location you get also. If you have to decide in planning what size location you need to have.
So just going back to Commissioner Sadwani's point, I think that we may be able to do some of it depending on what the requirement is, right? So we might actually be able to start meeting, even inviting members of a limited number of members of the public to meetings. But we would need to look into that a little bit more, and maybe that's something staff can come back to us and give us more information on what we can do at this point.
Yes, that's a good idea. Executive Director Hernandez, if you can just look into that for us. And then I have Commissioner Ahmad.
Oh, on that point, I was just going to say that the public health approach of this whole COVID response has been very patchwork style, and it gets really complicated. Like if my county has, opened up certain number of people to meet, sure, potentially we can meet. But what if where you live in that county, you have a restriction after you travel, that you have to be home for 2 weeks or something like that? Then do you not show up for 2 more weeks of other public input meetings that are located elsewhere? I don't know. And I think we had this conversation very early on that it would not look good if the commission were associated with, not causal, but associated with moving hotspots of COVID cases. So we would want to be very careful about that. It's just, I think it's, never mind. I'll leave my public health perspective elsewhere right now. Never mind.
Commissioner Toledo?
No, and I certainly wouldn't want to be known for spreading infectious diseases, and so as a commission, and so but there may be some ways to do it safely, right, or safer, and so that's the only comment. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I think that remove zones we've gotten locked into for sure, but I think it would cause just as much frustration for a zone to we want people to rally behind whatever their zone area is and to do turnout and to make sure people participate. Hopefully we're doing all that through the COI tool first, but if they're going to show up, I think they could be just as much frustrated to show up and somehow think that they own that day and that time space and have other people also participating, which they should also participate. And to me, it's a real clean and easy process since we've discussed and talked this through. It's not where I came into the conversation, but to say that these are all opportunities for people to participate in. And anytime we start to externally promote cities or zones or anything else, there is an implied ownership of that particular time period for the folk that we're reaching out to. It makes I would really need to understand why that would double cost because we're ultimately still trying to reach out to the same number of people, whether we put a zone number on it or did not put a zone number on it. It's meetings. It's the same meetings, and we're wanting everyone to participate. So I don't know why that would change anything.
Thank you. And I think the change is going to be right now with virtual. Anybody can call in. I think once we get to the point where if we can go out.
Oh, absolutely. No, my comments are all about our virtual meetings.
All right.
All about our virtual meetings.
Thank you. Okay, then I completely agree. I think we may have to think that further in terms of, do we decide that our meetings are going to be 8 hours long? I mean, what if we've got 1,000 people? I mean, so maybe like the appointment system might work out better that way. You sign up for an appointment like you did with your vaccines. Yeah. So I don't know, because you could have 1,000 people. I saw somebody raise. Oh, Commissioner Toledo.
I'm just wondering on the impartiality requirements that we have, right? Which reaching everyone across the state and being impartial. If I remember correctly, and this is a question for Miriam, the court did look at and appreciated the fact that the commission did go out to many places across California and called those places out and did specific targeted outreach to them and in the public input sessions and the COI sessions. And so I'm just wondering if you could speak to the impartiality requirement as it relates to our outreach efforts, and then and the difficulty in doing what the 2010 commission did, given that we're in a virtual environment.
You're in a virtual environment, and the other difference is that you've got the COI tool. Before, if people wanted to submit something, well, I guess they could do it by email, but the main way of submitting information to the commission was by coming to these meetings. And that isn't necessarily going to be true for this round.
Can you speak also to the impartiality requirements?
Well, it was true that the Supreme Court looked at that, but I think that by having electronic availability, either by the COI tool or by appearing electronically in front of the commission statewide, you'll be doing the same thing, even if you're not physically in the outlying locations. I don't think anyone's going to fault you for not traveling to locations given COVID.
Commissioner Turner?
And I wonder if it sounded to me, the tie-in too, is there a way of thinking in not having named a zone, we were being impartial to certain zones, or I'm not sure. That's kind of, I was trying to wait to see if we're going to go down that path or what have you, because right now we have a grant process that is in play. We're trying to get it figured out, that we've done outreach. We've created the zones in advance. We've done outreach. We've made videos, we've talked. So I think we've already reached into as many areas as we can, technologically speaking. We know there is the whole, broadband access issue, which no matter what, if we're talking virtual, none of this is going to solve that as an issue. We still do need to figure out something different. But short of that, I think we've been very, we've reached out to all of the areas and will continue to do so. So I don't think we'll be seen as impartial based on our efforts if we do or don't put a zone approach. I think that even with the systems, if we put in our queue system, and if we determine we're only going to take however many public comment, that's going to be problematic and limiting. If we say we're only going to take them till midnight, that's going to be problematic again, because if someone gets in the queue ahead of that zone area, and that was my day that I thought I should have, I don't know. To me, it just feels like what would keep everything equitable. Because even if we go back to the virtual, I'm just talking virtual meetings, but even if we go back to the public comment that was submitted based on some formula, it didn't take time to figure out what it was. We're already, I think, if anything, there would be perhaps showing favor over certain areas, just in the way that we're thinking about adding in extra virtual meetings for a zone area that anyone can call in that has broadband access at any time. I don't know. I think we're making it feels like we're making it more difficult than we need to. And I think we're already being impartial and already trying to reach out to everyone. And the key would be just to have enough meetings where people, if they can't get into a queue, they have several other opportunities to get into the queue on other days at their will, whatever the date and time, evening, Saturday or Sunday they choose.
I have Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Lamont, and Commissioner Anderson.
I think for me, I'm still really compelled by trying to organize this even externally and digitally through the zones. I think in some ways we talked a little bit about earlier today about sometimes people need something to react to and respond to in order to be activated. That's not everybody, but it's a large portion of people who are just sort of interested, but they're not you're not the diehards. But if there's an opportunity where they feel specifically compelled, the message is for them, there's something to respond to, or a concrete impact on their community. I think we potentially would miss a lot of folks if we just sort of say we're holding 40, digital meetings, come when you're ready. Like, I'm not sure how to make sure we get deep into communities in these outreach meetings. Otherwise, we're basically holding office hours. And it, come one, come all, when you're ready, when you have your map, when you've thought about it. And we're leaving it to community organizers to sort of decide what day works best for their community, or maybe we'll do 5 people here and we'll have people come at every meeting for to give input, to give public comment. It seems really difficult to both ensure cohesive, or not cohesive, it just seems messy. It seems really messy from start to finish to just do what seems to me like office hours across several months, versus this is your day. And I think I am comfortable. I understand we're going to have to make trade-offs. I mean, that's our whole process, is we're going to have to weigh some trade-offs. And for me, I feel, at least right now, I feel like I'm more comfortable potentially just saying, these are your dedicated times. We'll come up with other avenues if you didn't make it, or this time didn't work for you, or what have you. But for me, it feels much more intentional and inspires more activism from sort of our mid-tier folks, of not our diehards. They're going to be there. We don't have to worry about them. They're going to be there. But I'm trying to think about those folks who need that warmer touch to say, this is my day, this is my opportunity. Let's all go and show up to this meeting to talk about our community in this zone, whatever that is, right? Or in this county, because the county is in this zone, right? I think people are still organizing themselves around their geography. And so we've created our own geography with our zones. And I think people are savvy enough to be able to understand this is the time for my community. And if we don't make it, there are other opportunities to even give public comment and to tell their story. But I feel like I'm not sure I'm ready to lose the specificity of the zones for our public outreach.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamont?
Thank you, Chair. I'm conceptualizing it a little bit differently, because I think at some point there's going to have to be a prioritization. I know what the overall objective is to reach every Californian. However, every aspect of the state is not going to face the same considerations when it comes to the line drawing specifically. And so there's 2 things that comes to mind. Is one, and I'm glad that Marion, I was thinking the same thing before Marion lifted that up. The mechanisms that we have this time around are different, and the COI tool is a big part of that. So what they did before was limited to what they were able to do in person. And in some ways, I feel like we're still kind of thinking about what we're going to do in person as similar. I venture to say that as we look at the prioritization that shakes out as to where there's going to be real question of needing to shift here or there based upon migrations and population change and competing interests from multiple communities of interest in a particular area, that to me would drive where our focus would need to be, because that's where we need the input. Certain places, say, for example, in LA County, will be a moot point. So it's like, well, we don't need to have a meeting there. We don't need to just have a meeting because it exists in the zone, so to speak. The other thing that comes to mind to me and how I'm conceptualizing this idea of hybrid is it would seem to me that we would want to be present in the areas of the state that suffer from access to virtual. Like, that's where we want to make sure we're in person, because to me, if you have access to virtual and you choose not to use that to connect with us, oh, well, you chose not to do it. But if we say, well, where are the areas where having a virtual meeting or having the input come even vis-a-vis the COI tool is prohibitive just based upon the infrastructure? Then that makes sense to me, as that would be a place that we would want to have an in-person meeting. So I think that we need to be thinking about why we're in person, separate and apart from Bagley King, just why we're in person. I think we have the benefit and the opportunity to have had COVID affect our society in a way, because I don't believe we go back. I don't think anybody's ever going back to whatever existed pre-COVID. It ain't happening throughout all industries, and nor should it, right? Why do we need to go back? We're continuing to go forward. So I think that we continue to leverage this virtual opportunity in a way that wasn't available before, both from a COI perspective, but as well as from an input perspective. And at the same time, not abandon the analog, which we are all committed to. And meeting in person, to me, it sounds silly, is kind of more in the analog category. It's like that we have to go do that personal touch there, because there isn't another mechanism to get that feedback. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation as we continue to grapple with this moving forward and designing our outreach access plans. Let's maybe think about it not just in how many meetings we're doing in what areas of the zones, but why are we meeting in these particular places and in what format, and does it meet what the community's needs are?
Thank you. We'll have to take a break in about 12 minutes. So I'm just wondering where we want to go with this at this point, because it doesn't really seem like there's an endpoint, but there is direction in terms of how to move forward. And we do have dates out there. And I think maybe at this point, it's important to at least get the dates solidified so that people have them on the calendars. I'm not sure. I don't want to take away from the committee, from Commissioners Ahmad and Purnashari. So what are your thoughts on this? I did have two other Commissioners, Anderson and Turner, but I wanted to take a quick break because to see where we want to move from here.
If I may, this was an extremely helpful conversation. We've gotten to a point where we can actually start identifying what the design of each of these meetings will look like and why. The preliminary step being getting these dates on the calendar. The feedback that I've heard so far is that why are Sundays not included, which I will go back and work with the team to edit. But after that, just looking at the dates, is that something that we can move forward with and then take all the feedback that you all have provided here back to that subcommittee to incorporate, why are we having certain meetings in certain locations? Is there a way that we can capitalize on this virtual environment to the best of our abilities? And then if and when we move into in-person, how can we ensure that our meetings, whether hybrid or fully in person, or probably won't be fully in person, there will be a hybrid, how can we better utilize the resources and technology that we have to best reach as many Californians as possible? But in terms of closing out this conversation, I think we're in a good place if we can get the okay on moving the dates forward and handing that over to our team to start actually planning at least the first set of meetings, which will be in the virtual setting.
Okay, so Commissioner Turner?
Yep, I'll wait on my other comment that I still do have, but to respond to how we're trying to move the conversation now, what I heard Commissioner Ahmad said is that we're going to change the dates to include Sunday and perhaps move some of the other dates around, but then we're saying, are these the right dates? Or are we just saying, let's change them so that they cover the full week? Because now we won't have the dates to look at to make that decision.
So based off of what I heard was that there are no Sunday meetings. I can keep the schedule as is, or take it back and reorganize those dates throughout the week at various times. I intentionally we didn't put times on there yet because we don't know how long these meetings are going to be scheduled for. And quite frankly, I don't think we'll know the dates until we know the dates. There's just too many out there for us to be able to calendar in and then stay married to them as they might change. If you all want Neil and I to bring this back to the full commission in the same format with the adjustments, we can, or we can take your recommendations on the adjustments and just hand it off to staff to move forward. Either way, just need some direction.
Okay. We're getting close. Right now we have May 4th, which is Tuesday. This coming Tuesday, we have a block of time from 4 to 8, and I feel that it may be better use of our time. If the dates are adjusted, we come back and we take a holistic look at the calendar. Everyone has a chance to go back, look at the calendar, not only the public input meetings, but then also look at the full commission meetings, our business meetings, and then be ready to come back to provide feedback for that. Because I think the conversation is going to go longer than this. There's also other agenda items that we have for May 4th, so we will meet regardless. So I'm just trying to think if we all take the information we learned today, go back, let it sink in, and then hopefully continue and come up with some further recommendation and action items where we can get to the point where we can hand this off to staff so they can start planning. That's my suggestion. Commissioners Anderson and Kennedy.
On this, how does one say if the idea being the two commissioners who have a zone, who if they know already they can't make a particular date that they're supposed to be scheduled for, how do they say that? Who do they tell?
You could tell you could talk.
Can I respond to that?
Oh, sure.
I will not be taking into consideration anyone's personal calendars on this. We will put together a schedule. You adjust your life around these COI input meetings. If you can't, you go back and watch the recording. But there are 14 of us, 33 meetings, CRC full business meetings in the span of 3.5 months. I don't have the capacity to look at everyone's individual calendars to take into preference those aspects. So if someone else is willing to step up and do that, I will definitely hand over the reins, but I'm not going to do that.
Commissioner Kennedy?
I just wanted to clarify, just in case I'm the source of this understanding about Sundays. My only observation was that in this entire calendar, there was one event scheduled on a Sunday. I think we need a day off a week. The day off can rotate from week to week. I was simply observing that I was curious as to why there was an event on a Sunday and it was the only Sunday event in this entire calendar. So I wasn't necessarily advocating for Sundays. I'm okay with occasional Sundays. So I just wanted to clear up any misunderstanding.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kennedy. I was working off a template from my colleague whose identity I will protect. So that's why it's like that. But if there's no strong affinity to adjust things sprinkled throughout the weeks, then we can leave it as is. If there is, just make it known.
Okay, so do we have agreement at least to move forward, or I don't want to say move forward, they'll go back, look at some of the dates, and they'll come back on the 4th. I don't believe there's an action item needed right now. Does that sound like a plan with everyone? If we could please, everyone, look at the calendars, look at the dates. Again, as Commissioner Ahmad mentioned, there's 14 of us, and the dates, I try to do it for our business meetings, and that's difficult enough. Public input meetings makes it even more difficult. And again, with the public input meetings, you don't necessarily need a quorum. So, and with that, are we okay? We should, because we're coming up on break time. So,
just one last
okay, go
point
ahead.
of clarification I need to move forward on this. Why are we going back and looking at the dates if we're not?
Oh, I thought you were going to look at the Sundays.
Well, Commissioner Kennedy just said, you know,
okay,
he was curious
fine.
about it. So,
well, I think everyone needs to digest the information, needs to look at the dates, needs to maybe take all of the information that was shared today and maybe go back and see how this can happen to reach out to 40 million Californians, right?
Sure, that's fine.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Dumb but simple question. I'm assuming that holidays, any major holidays, have been taken into consideration in this calendar.
I believe they have. I'll confirm that.
Okay.
Okay. Director Kaplan, sorry.
Oh, there just was that Labor Day, the like Friday and Saturday before Labor Day that you may want to explore moving.
Okay. And Commissioner Sadhwani?
Does it make sense for the next step to be like thinking through what, I mean, we've talked about the why. I really appreciated Commissioner Lamonce's statement about the whys and where we would want to emphasize in person, the possibility of hybrids. I mean, does a reasonable next step include like someone taking that on and thinking about that, whether that's staff, whether that's the subcommittee, and really starting to put like some, what is this phrase, like meat on the bones, to kind of give this a little bit more shape. I'm fine with the dates for the most part. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. My calendar might change, but I'm going to try and make it to all of them. But I'd love to like see more of like, where are we going with this? What's the shape? What does this actually look like, right? For this first one in June, what's the format going to look like, right? Is that a reasonable next step?
Well, and in terms of how the format, I believe Commissioner Ahmad mentioned that at the public input design, we haven't gotten to the format piece of it. That's our next discussion in the committee meeting. And so I'm assuming that's what we're going to try to tackle next time. Or do you have anything else to add, Commissioner Ahmad or Cornishari? Okay, he's good. Okay, he's good. Yeah. So that we only got to this point. So we're getting to the rest. Christian, I know it is, we're right up on the hour, but I see that there's some callers. Do you want us to move forward with you want us to take a break or just kind of plow through with the public comment?
The captioners asked that we take a break, please.
Okay. All right. So regardless, we need to take a break. So everyone can please be back at 5:15. Thank you. Welcome back. Let's see, from here, we have agenda item 17, which is future meeting dates and agenda items. And that I'm going to put off because it appears that we will need to meet on the 4th, May 4th on Tuesday. The Legal Affairs Committee meeting will not be meeting. It will not be meeting after the adjournment. They'll be meeting on the 4th at 4 o'clock. So we, at that point also, we'll go over the future meeting dates. And those dates that I'm proposing or that I've, based on everybody's information, is also on the schedule that Commissioner Ahmad put together. So please review that before the meeting on Tuesday. Is there anything else before we go to public comments? Okay. All right, Katie, can we go to public comment? Just general comments. Thank you.
We can. All right. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 981-9980-2683. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk, and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. The commissioner is taking general end-of-day public comment at this time, and we do have several callers, and we will start opening them up. I don't. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yes, good evening. This is Rosalind Gold, Rosalind Gold, G-O-L-D, with the NALEO Educational Fund. And thank you again, Commissioners, for your hard work, especially as you're going in through these late evenings. We would like to emphasize that we actually feel it is extremely critical and important that the Commission retain an approach to the community of interest hearings that some geographic focus or some geographic emphasis with each or with many of the hearings. No, we don't take the position that if you're not in that particular geographic area, you don't get to testify. But we really do feel that community members, knowing that there is a sense that a particular hearing is going to focus on a particular geographic area, will be beneficial for several reasons. First of all, it will make the testimony that you hear as commissioners, it'll add some coherency and cohesiveness, because you'll be looking at the same geographic area, but you'll be hearing a lot of different perspectives, diverse perspectives on how different communities within that same geographic area see themselves. Secondly, as we organize, we want to coordinate with each other so we don't duplicate efforts, and our ability to coordinate with many of us who are doing this work and work with partners who do have geographic focus, it will, really help us leverage our resources and be more effective to have some kind of geographic focus. And then finally, just in terms of civic engagement, we know that people like to engage civically as part of networks. And one of the networks people have are with their community members, with people who are in their same geography. That's part of the civic institution and engagement. So we really do want to encourage to keep some kind of geographic focus or approach with respect to the hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gold.
And to our next caller, and I would like to remind those public in the queue to press star 9 to raise your hand. We do have raised hands, not to say we don't, just reminding those. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sky Allen, spelled Skyllen with IE United. Quickly, before I get into it, I want to clarify that the letter I submitted earlier this week, the population estimates came from 2018-2019 ACS data. So they aren't perfect, but they are reasonably recent. That came up a couple times. I just wanted to clarify. I'm calling right now, though, to push back a little bit against the idea of a zoneless public input strategy. I think we're a little bit concerned as a local organizer Your obligation is to, of course, to the state as a whole, but your objective as the Redistricting Commission is to create equitable maps. I'm not really sure how you group our communities into fair and equitable districts without an understanding of our regions. And I'm not sure how you understand our regions without taking them piece by piece. I would imagine having COI meetings without consideration of zones, similar to facilitating a meeting without an agenda. You'll get great comments that'll be made and uplifted, but it'll be really difficult to capture and digest all of those without any structure. Fluidity is really important and necessary, and I'm glad that that's something that you are all taking into account. But it would make our work as organizers much more difficult in terms of rallying our communities, tracking our constituents to show up, following the direction of your meetings. And I would also imagine that would make your work in practice more difficult as well. As an organizer on the ground, I just wanted to uplift that I'm concerned about that potential direction, and I would really encourage you to be fluid within a particular geographic-based structure, as opposed to having a 100% free-for-all.
15
Regardless,
seconds.
I do want to thank you all for your time and your thoughtfulness. I know it's been a really long week, and I just want to see your work as valued and appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ellen.
All right, and on to our next caller. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Hello, this is Renee Westerlusk. I am opposed to having a free-for-all 35 or 40 hearings, whatever the number you're planning to do, public input meetings. I concur with the other two speakers, but I'm concerned about rural areas being left out, because with a free-for-all like that, you can have hundreds to thousands of people going to those meetings virtually from the urban areas, and it'll be so crowded out that anybody from a small rural area that desperately needs effective representation will be pushed out of giving any testimony at all. And I can't convey to you how important rural areas are. They need representation just as badly as the urban areas do. And then secondly, I want to ask, is written public comment via letter or US mail or email rather more important or carries more weight than giving face-to-face virtual physical testimony? Because that's what I'm kind of getting out of this discussion today. And then the other thing is, I tried to find the handout that you were all discussing regarding the COI public input meetings, and the one I saw that was on the handout list, it showed 23 meetings, and it didn't. It just showed LA County with 4, Bay Area with 3, San Diego with 2, and all the other zones were only getting 1 meeting. But then when you were discussing it, the meeting when numbers went up to 35, and then you were saying there were going to be more meetings in the different zones than just the ones that only got 1. So I need clarification on that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westerlusk.
And to our next caller. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is again Sam Sukaton, that's Sukaton, from the California League of Conservation Voters Education Fund. I know that it's the end of a long day and a long week, so thank you for your time. Just wanted to co-sign Rosalind and Sky's comments with the added emphasis that there's a number of regions where, again, high biodiversity, I think some of you are familiar with the neighborhood I keep referencing, where it's hard for folks to plan to come out to meetings. And so because of long distances, I know Commissioner Kennedy living in the Morongo Valley has expressed bits and pieces of this sentiment. With that in mind, I do want to emphasize that it makes more sense, I think, speaking as an environmentalist, to organize folks to something that speaks so specifically to their place. A lot of the groups that we work with are very committed to, as I've mentioned, to place, to sensitive habitat, to organism, even in some cases. And so with that in mind, we'd like to underline the request of emphasizing kind of not, avoiding geography neutral hearings wherever possible. So we understand some issues in some regions may cross areas, and people from other areas may speak at meetings that are maybe not in their geographic area of interest. We do want to make sure that there's some kind of geographic bucket framing the discussions as they're settled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sugatan.
And I would like to remind the last caller in the queue, if you are interested in making a comment, *9 will raise your hand indicating that's your wishes. Otherwise, that is all of our public comment. And they are not raising their hand. All right.
Okay. Thank you. And I just want to re-emphasize, I think we've said it a few times today, that there isn't a weight factor in terms of how input, if it's provided in the COI tool, if it's mailed in, if you testify or come to a public input hearing, it's all the same weight. So please don't feel that there's different weights attached to public input. With that, we will adjourn. Again, we're going to have a meeting on May 4th. It will start out with the Legal Affairs Committee, and that will go from 4 to 5. Will that be enough time, do you think? Okay. Yeah. 4 to 5. Should we take a 15-minute break in between then, because we'll be using the same? Okay, so from 4 to 5 will be Legal Affairs, and then at 5:15, we will come back into the full commission meeting. Anything else? Commissioner Turner, did you have something?
Yes, I wanted to say I'm grateful for all of the public comment. We'll take all of the desires and wishes of those into context. I think, though, I still just want to name that it's a false, forced choice. As far as thinking, we still have not addressed the issue that people will call in. And so at any given time, and unless we change those rules, that will continue to happen. People will not have special times to call. People will call throughout the state at random times. And with given dates, there's always ways to organize around that. So I just wanted to lift that up again and make sure that everyone listening understands that regardless of what time, what date, what day is given to a particular zone, people will be able to call in and take that time in the queue to be able to give their public comment anywhere in the state.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Ahmed.
Chair Fernandez, you deserve a round of applause. You got us through such a long week with such a wild schedule. I just wanted to express my appreciation for your strong leadership. I have big shoes to fill following you.
I'm looking forward to you filling those shoes. Thank you all very much. Thank you all for going on this journey with me for the last 4 days, and we'll see you again on Tuesday. Thank you.